Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another recording of Hearthstone with the slight exception there that today is not just another recording of Hearthstone. Today is very likely the beginning of the end of Hearthstone. Uh, this is October 11th, Friday. I have played Magic the Gathering Arena. I probably should have gotten into it in the beta. I probably should have paid. Frankly, if I'd played it even a month earlier, I would have gotten a Twitch Prime bundle of 60 packs, which would have put me like really ahead of the curve. There's frankly just too much different in Magic the Gathering compared to Hearthstone. Some of the things in Hearthstone that are different, like almost everything in Hearthstone is derived from Magic the Gathering, which is a much older game. Some of the things they changed or moved around makes Hearthstone slightly better in some places, but a lot worse in other places, and it's just confusing in general. I will inevitably be completely incapable of playing both games at the same time. It's been 5 years with Hearthstone. Their most recent drama with censorship against a esports player who proclaimed support for the Hong Kong democracy protests has incensed the public, and as a streamer, that's my reaction there, is that when fans of Hearthstone are deleting their accounts, when fans of Blizzard games are deleting their accounts, this is the point to jump off the train. So that's what we're doing. Starting Monday, we'll be streaming Magic the Gathering Arena. So there's just a little bit of cleanup we need to do today. We're gonna still try and do the daily quest, but that's pretty much it. I'm gonna try and leave these accounts to have gold in them, and have cards in them, and have dust in them, and we're going to open all the packs and do all the arenas runs that are unlocked. I don't have time to spend all the gold on arena runs, and I don't see a reason why I'd want to do that. We're going to do the Tavern Brawls, but then that's kind of it. We're done. If we look at what our experience has been with Hearthstone, and I think Magic the Gathering is going to help me quite a bit in just time management, because you can only play one account. Now, I will say Magic the Gathering Arena doesn't even have friends list. They're about to add it, but and a lot of their formats of play they've hidden behind a toggle button because they don't even want you playing them. They're such a non-focus, and frankly, it does seem like without playing a lot of it free to play, you're going to have to pay some money, and you're really going to get screwed in one place if you don't spend at least $15. As far as what I got away with, I think I bought the welcome bundle on the Americas account once, so $5 I think over 5 years would be about how much I think I spent. So I did fine. Meanwhile, there's certainly a lot more other people spent. I saw somebody say they spent $10,000, then they deleted their account on Hearthstone. I'm like, oh man, that must suck. The character replacements, there's a lot more heroes, or I guess they're all mages in Magic the Gathering. I guess that's kind of the problem, is that it's all magic, it's all mages. They probably should expand it some, but the heroes you can buy in Magic the Gathering Arena, you can buy with just regular gold if you grind out, so you're only locked behind crystals, the premium currency, in a few things. They have shiny gold cards that just like in Hearthstone don't really matter, and they have card backs, which is something Magic the Gathering in the real world hasn't really been able to do too much of, that you get pretty frequently too. Plus, Magic the Gathering Arena has a decent number of codes. There were more before the end of September, frankly, but there's a decent amount of codes you can enter to redeem on the storefront to unlock some advantages. So starting Monday, I'll have a whole bunch of packs to open. I even played for several hours after making the first two setup episodes that will air Saturday and Sunday at 10 a.m. So at your leisure this weekend you can catch up, and then we'll start doing the regular live stream. There might be some problems. I might have to spend a lot more time and attention playing Magic the Gathering because I don't know the cards. I'll have to learn all those. Any card I played back in Ice Age has long since been banned and replaced with some other kind of card, and I barely remember any of that. But they have, I think, a larger amount of decks you can buy. I've already got a Hearthstone deck tracker equivalent app, although the way the interface works in Magic the Gathering Arena is also a little bit different. Let's open some packs while we're just sitting here. They have these pets that don't seem like they really do anything, but they can be on the board. The board is 16 by 9. The decks are on the left hand side, which is weird. But yeah, there's I guess for my secondary account, which I only really created and used to play against my main account, I'll just leave those packs. There's a whole bunch there sitting there. I imagine I'll eventually run into a kid that loves to open card packs or premium DLC and go, hey, I've got a bunch of packs you can open, but if you promise not to spend any real money and buy any more. But then, in all honesty, I doubt even in a year anybody's going to be coming new to Hearthstone. And having really screwed the pooch here, they've ruined their new player growth. Or perhaps they've ensured that a bunch of Chinese players will come in and play Hearthstone and nobody else, which that isn't going to work too well for anybody else around the world, because of all of them playing on the firewall Chinese accounts. There's about 5 tutorial missions in Magic the Gathering Arena you have to do, and then that seems to be pretty much the only solo gameplay that exists right now. They are just working on it, adding it. I kind of wish they had taken some of the storyline single player experiences from the previous Magic the Gathering Planeswalker games, of which there's far too many, and they need to just take all those down from sale. They need to just grandfather all of those people and say, hey, you know what, we're going to shut down these games and not support them anymore. Here's a code specifically for you to import this into Magic the Gathering Arena. By the way, new players are getting this for free, so this code will also give you a special bundle of packs or something to reward you for being an early adopter. That's really where I'd like to see it go. That is also part of the fear with Magic the Gathering Arena, is that they'll just abandon it. I mean, they already had Magic Online. Hey, a legendary. Not that it really matters. Draw 20 cards, reward Tome of Origination. So yeah, if they don't stick with Arena, if Arena doesn't manage to be popular enough, that's gonna kind of suck. But I really only need to to make Magic the Gathering Arena last long enough until the Bin Road Marvel card game comes out, and then my plan was to skip over to that anyways, even in early access. Like, day one I can get beta access or early access, I'm going to jump into that, even if it costs me like 20 bucks. Because I feel like there's very little chance that doesn't succeed with the Marvel license behind it as a collectible card game, hopefully. Unless it's just a really kids focused game. In the same way I really wouldn't play Pokemon the card game because it's too simplistic, even if there was a digital version. A couple epics, not bad. But once you get out of that tutorial mode and you have to then play in Magic the Gathering Arena until you're up to rank 3 to unlock all of the play modes. And the play mode you really just want to always play is play, I think, or standard ranked. There are some other ranked modes that are hidden. There are modes where you play 2 out of 3 that are hidden, that are too slow, because you are potentially going to spend 30 minutes a game in Hearthstone, and Hearthstone has always been, I mean Magic the Gathering has always been kind of slow in some cases, because it has a weird system where in the middle of the game, unlike Hearthstone, you may not want to attack, even though you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can have, it seems, an infinite number of minions on the field. There's no limitation there. But you don't want to attack because what gets attacked is chosen by your opponent in Magic. So if you attack with something that has a 4/4, which is probably a pretty strong card for Magic the Gathering instead of these 9/9s, compared to Hearthstone, if they have something that is a 4/5 on the field and it isn't used and capped, they can choose, your opponent can choose to defend with that, and that will kill your minion and do basically nothing to their minion, because even though your 4 damage would do 4 damage to them, they heal at the end of every turn back to the maximum. So no creature stays damaged, or at least most creatures don't stay damaged in Magic the Gathering after the turn ends, which is probably something you would have to do just to make the game easier to play. And there's a lot of advantages where Hearthstone, with being a digitally only experience, had, because if a character needs to be damaged in Magic the Gathering Arena in the real world when you're playing it, you probably have to put a damage token on them for every damage they have, just to mark and make it so people aren't cheating or misremembering what's going on. Whereas in Hearthstone, since it's all digital, any character being damaged is no problem at all. And I wouldn't want to see Magic the Gathering Arena go the route of Hearthstone and just say, well, we're making a digital card game here that is completely different, and we're calling it Magic the Gathering Arena. Now, if Wizards of the Coast wanted to make a new digital card game and just rip off all the ideas that Hearthstone had, and then they were going to just have similar artwork to Magic the Gathering, and they called this Heroes the Gathering or something like that, and then that would be fine, but that would be a whole new product. Although a whole new product from Wizards of the Coast is a pretty good move, but I don't think they have the funding or the time or the mental prowess to make a new game that succeeds, because like Magic the Gathering really hasn't yet for decades. they tried a couple things, but nothing succeeded like Magic. I don't think there's just enough room in people's binders, frankly. Their binders full of cards to start a new, play a different game. And that's part of the problem with Magic the Gathering 2, is that it just has this huge fan base and this huge history to it that it can't really grow or change too much. Personally, I think even adding the Planeswalkers cards is like more than I expected from them. So anyways, I'm not super hyped about the game. I will admit that. I'm not super hyped to play Magic the Gathering, but it's fine. Here's another legendary. Nice. Although, this is a classic pack, so having a legendary here probably means it's going to get dusted. So, yeah. It looks like it's doable. It looks like it's playable. Looks like starting off I'll have to pay a little bit more attention. What I needed to play quite a bit, so between episode 2 and the first stream on Monday, which would be episode 3, there is going to be a decent amount of let's see, what do we need to do? 3 Tavern Brawls and Priest Carlyards. So this is the timed one too. Oh shoot. Well, actually this might work pretty well. So which one's Priest? Is this Priest? So I needed to find out like how many wins you need in a week for the weekly challenge. It seems like it's 15 wins. And then it seems like if you get 10 or 15 daily wins, then you start over. So it doesn't seem like you ever max out the daily reward. Either that or there's was just something I didn't catch there. So yeah, there's I played a lot off screen, and I have a bunch of packs and things we'll do with episode 3. What does this do?
Job's done.
So we want to play this before we lose. So I don't know what specifically thing he'll play that's even worth stealing and adding to the deck. Let's see. That's probably about the best I could get there. So yeah, we didn't actually dissolve any of the cards or anything there, but that's fine. We'll deal with that later. Let's see. Lifesteal. That was wrong. I should have played this. News-wise, we really still don't have a ton. I don't know if this is a case of what's on Steam just not working this week, or if this is just a case that nothing came out this week on Steam. I feel like it's probably something wrong with what's on Steam. I don't want to spend this entire stream talking about Magic the Gathering Arena though, because let's kind of end it here. Now I will say I've got at least another month's worth of videos to schedule from Hearthstone, so there will be a major delay, and I cannot afford to lose that delay. So yeah, I'm saying this weirdly, but Hearthstone episode numbers will still air on my channel for a long time, like at least into November, probably into December. There's a decent chance it will be into the new year once I run out of those episodes. I'm hoping I can get that up to 1,500 episodes, because otherwise the number is just going to be lower than I would like it to be. There we go. So yeah. Now, theoretically, that should be one victory there. Yeah, see, that counts as a Tavern Brawl victory, so we won't have any problem with this. Summon 3/1/1 Bosun Bats. Battle cries trigger twice. Do we have enough battle cries to maybe make that make sense? You can use your hero power twice each turn. It costs one less. Interesting. Alright. Our hero powers only cost one anyway, so. Let's see. Magic Mirror. Choose a minion, summon a copy of it, add it to your dungeon deck. I'm gonna take Magic Mirror. That's too good of a card. I will say my Hearthstone stream probably a lot to do with level by level gaming, I believe it was, that was chatting in the chat. Like, his chats and posts promoted my stream a lot, and because of that it got about 11 views in the middle of the controversy of Hearthstone, whereas a lot of streams are barely getting 3 or 4 views these days. I should have left Hearthstone a long time ago because of that reason alone. Fingers crossed a lot new subscribers happen, and with Magic the Gathering Arena, we get a lot of new subscribers and a lot more viewers, so it makes a lot more sense to do all this. But I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a lot of that. See this and this. It doesn't work because I don't have any Death Rattle minions. What does it say? Death Rattle minions that died this game. When did that happen? My hero power changed.
I wield the fabric of magic.
See, what ability does this have? Whenever a player casts their first spell, add a copy to your hand. Okay. Let's try this.
my radiance.
There we go, I'll just play that several times and win. I need to play this card and I want to draw the other card. I suppose. And I like to steal something that's actually worthwhile. 2, 1, 1. This.
I wield the arcane infinite.
Let's see. I'm gonna just kill this and make room, and then end the turn and didn't steal this card.
The stars align for your destruction.
What else do we want? I guess we'll play this, and then this is crazy, but we'll do this.
Insignificant.
Make room. We'll make a copy of this card, I guess. Nope, it's dead. Let's just make a copy of something. Echo Rush. Alright, there we go. Oh wait, I can keep on doing this though. I could have a bunch of cards. Ah, man. How we... Let's just end this. This is gonna take too long otherwise. Yeah, we're in a weird position here because I guess I'm just gonna have to start covering the news. There really isn't a lot here. If I have a little bit I have to do off screen just to wrap it up. As far as daily quests in Hearthstone though, we're done. Like, I can't really justify doing any more. There you go, I just have like the same thing now. Which probably would have been smarter to not go down that route and do something different. Let's see. This character is just not gonna play anything. This is the problem. It's just gonna irritate me. Just a bunch of ice barriers to get more health. And you kind of know where this is gonna go. Ice block. Nope, no ice block. Interesting. Well, that's 2 victories. That's everything we need, frankly. So we've got 3 of those. And now what are we trying to do? Another mirror magic. Sure. We're going insane. Yeah. So let's just start covering the news. If there's things I have to do off screen, that's fine. If not, we might tilt and be done with the end of the news pretty quickly, and then that'll just be the end of the stream. As far as wrapping things up, yeah, I'm gonna just leave this game with a bunch of dust, with a bunch of gold, just in case. Like I don't want to go too far into the whole cancel culture. Like there's no defending certainly what Activision Blizzard has been doing for a long time, but there is also some realisticness, I think, that needs to be. So it starts Leap of Fate, and it changes at some point from Leap of Fate. So it's cursed to damage its owner each turn. This is just stealing cards from your opponent, frankly.
Minions, take to the streets. Did you expect to survive?
So yeah, I don't want to go too deep and delete account or anything. I'm not gonna be crazy. I think people that are deleting their accounts in protest, I mean, it's their decision, but it also seems a little silly to me. I want this added to my dungeon deck, which means I want to play this, which means I don't want to die too quickly. There we go. Need to be kind of careful. So yeah, in particular, if the employees at Activision Blizzard manage to convince their corporate overlords to drop this insanity, that's where this might work pretty well. Like, there might be a redemption story here. I want to leave the door open for a redemption story. This is not, as far as I'm concerned, an attempt to just cancel Blizzard for Blizzard's undefensible actions.
Do you understand now?
Now the problem with playing Corrupted Blood 2, I think, is gonna be weird, because when we fight the Headless Horseman, you could do a certain amount of damage to him that way, but not as much as you would need to. And if I play this, I'm not gonna have room, so I need to make some room. Like, he's just cursing. He's cursing my characters, which means my strategy here is going to fail miserably if I don't get rid of these characters. Oops. Okay. having a bunch of Echo Rush characters not really helpful. So I'm just trying to make room in my hand. But yeah, almost certainly the next solo expansion or next expansion we won't have any gold because we won't be doing any of the daily quests. So the only way I could jump back, and this would be the insane thing to do from my perspective right now at least, would be to jump back and spend money. And I don't think there's a good chance that anybody would go for that redemption story of that they would come back to Hearthstone after not playing it. Like, once you're done with Hearthstone, free to play wise, you're done with Hearthstone. Even if I have a ton of dust left over, even if I had enough gold to maybe buy the first chapter of it, I don't even know what would be the case. Like, I don't even know how I could have legitimately even approached that idea.
What is real?
Let's see. That's not a bad one to play. Two more turns and then we can play this, and then the turn after that we can play this, assuming it doesn't die.
Care to dance with death?
Of course I only have like 10 health, so...
What is real?
So I'm in a bad position. Discover a copy of a spell in your deck. Sure, I'll take Mirror Magic again. Magic Mirror. So next turn we can make 2 Magic Mirrors appear, getting several of these. But I would really need to reduce the cost here to like 5. Alright, Magic Mirror. There we go. So we can get 3 of these. Meanwhile, we need to kill this.
I don't make mistakes. I bury them.
There we go. I should have done this last turn. Oh, what bull! What bull! All the setup. All that setup for nothing. This is like the perfect way to end in playing Hearthstone too. It's just like on a BS event like this, where a BS loss like that. Alright, let's do all kinds of setup, trying to be cool, trying to play it right, and it didn't matter.
Fool versus Ichabod the Cursed.
I foresaw this encounter.
So
Something icky's going around.
let's see, none of these really play fast, so we just want to play fast, and then that's going to be the end of it. Play as many priest cards as possible, and then we'll just play regular priest. Alright, let's see. finally logged into my Twitch Prime account on my computer and realized that I had like some things. I probably missed several Rocket League things that I could have gotten had I just bothered to log in from Twitch Prime.
Job's done.
But I also didn't think, relatively recently bought Rocket League and haven't covered it or played it at all. So, but yeah, there definitely were some things I missed. Kosh Media tweeted out, don't forget to tune in to the Golden Joystick Awards livestream on November 15th. We have multiple titles that all have nominations. You can vote for your favorite here. So the Golden Joystick Awards, not particularly prestigious
What must I do?
Video game award listings compared to any of the others. Like, none of them are really prestigious, but it's there. There is some follow-up I heard about as far as the WGA dropping writers a video game writing award from their award service. Apparently the WGA has been mistreating video game writers and not allowing them to be full members of the union. So that kind of explains why nobody is submitting their games. On the other hand, it is still very fair to say that there isn't a large amount of good writing that has happened in the past year or several years as far as video games are concerned. So it's not like there would have been a lot of competition anyways. But it is,
I am low on cards.
it is weird how unions sometimes act, and a lot of it comes down to just personal politics and whoever's in charge more than anything else, I would say. But then there also are some very legitimate reasons why unions won't let new members in. Often corporations ask for one union to merge with the other union, and what happens is the worst union that can't negotiate as well, or doesn't do as good a job, or doesn't look after its members as well, takes over. The Screenwriters Guilds of America, the SAG-AFTRA union merger, from what I hear, worked very much that way, where SAG was a really good, strong union. It merged with AFTRA and then became a lot worse. It could be that adding in other members might mess with the leadership, might mess with seniority, might mess with things like that. That really wouldn't affect the union too much, though. But there might be reasons why they're not letting video game people in there. But it doesn't seem like that's the way you're going to have what is an increasing field of entertainment. I mean, video games are, in my mind, more than likely going to just get bigger and bigger with a lot more writing happening. So if you want to grow your union and have more members, that is allowing them in would be the right move. So all those card packs opened. We have 4 epics that are extra, 620 rares that are extra, and 130, which is going to give me 1670 dust, which isn't really a lot. Like that isn't going to specifically fix any problems. And honestly, I don't want to. These are the cards we actually got that are new, or we got the second copies of. Don't really want to go through a lot of menu hero here, so I'm just going to show these off, and then I'm going to search the key phrase extra. You get to see more cards in Magic the Gathering Arena in the collection deck, and again, it's 16 by 9, so you don't just have black bars Now that does mess up the Hearthstone deck tracker equivalent in Magic the Gathering Arena, which means mostly that's going to be off for the first few months of me playing it, because I need to be able to right click the cards and see them, which is something you can do throughout any point in the game, and it makes the cards bigger and easier to read, even from the 10 feet distance that I'm looking at on my monitor, on my TV on the wall across the room. So there's a lot of learning I'm gonna have to do, but we've kind of got it. So we'll just disenchant all these gold ones and that are extra, and that'll give us a little bit more dust. Dust isn't really gonna save us though. Like, the next step I would have to do is I'd have to type like missing, and then I would have to filter this down to not just standard cards but classic cards. Yeah, Magic the Gathering Arena is new, so I don't think any of the decks have been rotated out or banned yet, but they will be, and Magic the Gathering Arena does fall in line with Magic the Gathering, which seems like they specifically do have 4 expansions come out, so that might just be too much. Like, so even in classic cards, there's still a ton of things here, like a ton of cards that I really wouldn't be able to craft because they're legendaries. And yes, this is not my main account, but it does kind of go and show some problems. So I guess since we're looking at this, we might as well do it. This will get my basic collection, I think, close to being done, but not quite. You can see there's 400 dust more I would have needed, and that's just for classic cards. If I came back a year from now, everything, frankly, would be in wild, and all the new expansions. Like, if I miss an expansion, there's really no way of catching up except for spending money. So we are at 197 gold and 285 dust, and that's just where this account is going to stay. And daily quest wise, that's pretty much that. Let's see if we don't have a solo arena on this account. As for the solo adventures, we've got up to Tombs of Terror in, I think that's true. We have all the old ones too. So these accounts would potentially be sellable if anybody wanted to play them, or giftable. But honestly, I think just Hearthstone is gone. I think Hearthstone dies, to me at least, at the end of this stream, and there's kind of nothing more I can say about that. And we only need to play a little bit more. We only need to play a little bit more here. I wish there was more customization in the overlays and the graphics of the overlays for the Magic the Gathering Hearthstone deck tracker equivalent. It's called unturned.gg or untapped.gg, I believe is the name of it. It needs some updates, but since Magic the Gathering Arena just came out, I imagine the deck tracker will come out. It needs... There's a thing where when a card activates its effects and starts chaining effects, it happens over here. You draw cards over here. When you right click on a card to zoom in, it shows up over here. So there's kind of no place on the board that isn't being used. There's a pet for you here. There's a pet for your opponent over here. It's kind of silly. Like it's the right way to design your game. It just means Magic the Gathering Arena needs its own deck tracker built in, so it knows how to make it work better. So the best solution they have right now is it just puts a button down here to show, do you want to see your opponent's deck? Do you want to see this? There's also no history in Magic the Gathering Arena. There's no hero powers. There's no weapons. There's a kind of slower rope if you don't play, but the good news is if you cause the rope to burn down 2 or 3 times, you automatically concede. So no longer can players, including me, I did this a lot, no longer can people just start a game and hope that the opponent concedes. No, instead, if you start a game and then walk away, you will concede and lose, and the other person will win. And it's not that long that it's annoying. There's 2 ranked levels. One is kind of a free ranked tier that is the main way you play. There kind of isn't too much of a casual, like so that's a thing that's just not focused on in Magic the Gathering Arena. But the limited rank tiers are kind of built around you playing things like arenas. There's a couple different kinds of arenas, so that there's some adjustments there, and very possibly some money grubbing there. Getting crystals in the premium currency. It seems like there's only one arena you can play right now that would potentially give you what you're looking for in that. So let's see. Let me zoom in the chat because someone's chatted and I can't read it. Let's see.
Amazing.
We have someone. Somebody coming into the chat going, speaking not English, which they're violating expressing their support for hashtag boycott Blizzard, which, you know what, if I was a more cynical person, that would just be the reason why I would continue to play Hearthstone, is just like so that random people hop on chats protesting, but I don't think anybody would be too happy about that cynical approach, including myself. But yeah, in case this person understands English and is listening, this is the final Hearthstone wrap-up video. We're going to Magic the Gathering Arena starting Monday. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Just needed to do a little catch-up and just wrap up properly. Give it a farewell, even if it kind of doesn't deserve it. I've been playing this game for 5 years. I feel like I need that level of closure. This just vaporizes, yeah. That's gonna suck. Well, might as well play the cards. TechRaptor has an article here. Moons of Madness is coming to PC in October, consoles in January. Moons of Madness has a launch day trailer. What? happened there. So this looks like a real game. Looks like a BioShock style game, except you're on the moon with Cthulhu creatures and spooky stuff. That's looks playable. Okay, cool. I'm a little excited to see the reviews on Moons of Madness, but we kind of need to see what else happens too, like with all these games. Here we have a game on Steam called Puzzle Fire Sticks, which is just like a matchstick game where you have to move the matchsticks around. Now there is a puzzle here where you move one matchstick to make the math work. I don't know if there's a good game here though. Feels like they probably stole several puzzles or found out a way to calculate a math so that would work. And then this is really just a drag and drop scenario as far as a puzzle game is concerned. So it really is going to come down to price on this and how much of a game this really seems like it is. A lot of this feels asset flippy. A lot of this feels like this would be better as a free-to-play mobile game. They want it for 89 cents, but then there's in-store purchases for $2 to buy crystals. It has a third-party EULA, it has a bunch of language support, and it has 8 achievements. So it's not an achievement game, but it's a microtransaction game for sure. And I wouldn't be opposed to paying 89 cents for this if it didn't have those in-app purchases. But this also would be one of those puzzle games that I would really just play for a very brief amount of time, and then that would be that. I wouldn't come back and want to play it more than 10 hours at most. And so that one in particular is just not going to get to the fall list. I suppose it's worth mentioning that Adafruit, which is a website that sells a bunch of maker stuff, and specifically a lot of their stuff is focused on educating the next generation as much as selling custom products. They do sell a lot of custom products though, and you probably in any project are going to at least consider buying an Adafruit product. They came out with a new 10-inch version and an updated version of the 7-inch screen for a device they call the Picade, which is a bunch of 3D printed plastic pieces to make a little desktop arcade toy that you put a Raspberry Pi in it. It comes with either I believe it's 7-inch or 10-inch screen. It comes with a 5-watt speaker and the audio amplifier to drive that. It comes with a on and off safe shutdown button. It comes with a 8-way joystick, and then what looks like 6 buttons in an arcade format. On top with 2 buttons on the side if you wanted to play pinball, and 2 buttons on the front, which I think you'd almost certainly only use as a start and select or player 1, player 2 type buttons. And the buttons are very varied in color, which is something that is kind of hard to get done, like to have 2 sets of oranges, 2 sets of whites, several other colors. I don't even think there was an orange or a white collection. So overall, it looks very nice and very pretty. But it is $250, plus you have to add a Raspberry Pi. Probably you'd want to add a Raspberry Pi 3 right now, because Raspberry Pi 4 is not supported by Retro Pi, but it probably will be in the next few months, or a few weeks even. They're just adjusting things. So if you buy a Raspberry Pi 3 or 4, you're going to spend potentially $35 or for that too. So the whole thing without the Raspberry Pi is $250, which is really expensive, but you are getting 3D printed pieces, and that's really where I think you're getting, and you're getting a good collection, it looks, of controls. It looks like it's a good maybe 6-hour kit to give the kids to have them build it. It looks pretty nice. Of course, you'll have to install RetroPie and then install either ROMs that you legally own or open source software to play on it. And there is a problem with the price though, like definitely. A $35, $50, even $70 NES Mini makes a lot more sense than a $250 desktop toy that kids are probably not going to appreciate. So this really is a toy more for adults, I would say, than it is a toy for kids. Like you're gonna have to have a interested in old games and retro gaming parent on top of the kids, because kids probably aren't even interested in playing old games anyways. But yeah, I figured I'd mention that. That does exist. There's plenty of cheaper ways to make a RetroPie device. Just get a Raspberry Pi and a standard case for about $40. Then what you would need is just a micro SD card to hold the RetroPie operating system image on it. You need a USB keyboard of some sort, at least in the initial setup, and then you need a controller to connect to it. And I wouldn't recommend going with a PlayStation connection with a Bluetooth in it. So I would say just an Xbox 360 receiver, Windows receiver. Works real well with an Xbox 360 controller, or the USB retro controllers from 8BitDo are pretty good too, or knockoff 8BitDos. Super NES gamepad type controllers are good too, and you'll probably need to source a better power plug. But by the time all is said and done, adding all the little extras you want, you're going to be at $110, $120 just to get it to run. Not $250 or $280 or $300. Then $110, $150 is a much better deal, knowing that you probably aren't going to ever buy any games for it, because they're all going to be ROMs or open source software to run on it. On the other hand, if you have a PC and you just want to play retro games, just install RetroArch or LibRetro for free, and you're done. That's all you really need to do. I don't think I'm going to break up episodes here, so I'm just going to go ahead, and that was a European account, so let's now go to the Asian account and hop in. Like, in 3 days' time, the daily quests will be full. After that point, no more daily quests. But also, in 3 days' time, Magic the Gathering Arena's daily quest will be full. It's the same setup, and so I really don't have time to play both games. That would be the solution I think some people would probably want to see me do, and it's just like, no, that's not realistic. In fact, even this is a little unrealistic. Win 3 games with Mage or Shaman, win 3 games with Priest or Warlock. We have a tavern brawl here. So let's see what we can do here. Mage or shaman? Well, here's shaman. Let's play that and see if we can win 3 games through the tavern brawl and cheat our way that way to get the daily quest done pretty early. I think we also have a tavern brawl that we're gonna have an arena run.
You press your luck.
Something icky's going around.
There you go. Gamma Sutra has a blog here. The physics of trains in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. This was originally printed in 2017, which I haven't seen Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and I don't think it's a big or important game to mention. So this really is an inside baseball programming blog, which, yeah, okay, that makes sense. If you're into programming and you wanted to program a train in your game, which is probably not a bad move, this might be an article for you. Otherwise, I don't think most people will have any interest in reading it. I suspect, and I haven't gotten back to playing Lego City Undercover, I only have a small amount left to do on it. I suspect, though, that one of the issues with the game is that it's
So many viewers.
what am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say is I suspect that the car physics in Lego City Underground, because there's cars driving around all the time, I think the AI behind those car physics might be the reason, the full reason that a lot of the lagging is happening. That might be the case. And inside of the individual Lego levels, there really weren't any cars driving around in any of those games, so that would make sense. So let's do this. Do this. So I'm dealing damage to it.
No.
Do that.
I'm not lonely anymore.
Let's see. Would that make sense to put a minion? Choose a friendly minion, replace all minions in your
What's
bench
wrong?
attacks with
Feeling
copies
too
of
normal?
that. Yeah, I don't know of anything I would want to do like that.
Let's try a more direct approach, shall we?
Cards.
Transform all minions into random murlocs. Ooh, this would be crazy. Let's see. Attack here.
No.
Attack here. Attack here. Transform them all into murlocs. There you go. This is gonna be crazy, but well, sure, why not? We'll do all Murlocs, all Murloc deck of your Murlocs have +1/+1 attack.
Perplexing.
Job's done.
Or you know what? All deck of cheaper minions. Why not?
Thank you.
You feel icky.
I'm out of cards.
Coming
And victory. This will be interesting. Gamatsu has an article here for smartphones. Steins Gate Elite is coming to iOS October 15th in Japan. So another Steins Gate visual novel. Steins Gate being in the top 5 visual novels as far as popularity, I think. Of course, will that come to iOS in... After you play a minion, shuffle 2 copies into your deck. They cost 1. Let's see. Here we go. This is like the ultimate solution. So now it's just, what do we want? We want super powerful legendaries, which means we have to take that. And in play. Game Sutra has an interesting article because of Apple Arcade, which I feel like Apple somehow tricked or paid people to talk about Apple Arcade a little bit more than it deserves. Or maybe it's just getting a new audience of a bunch of Apple fanboys and older people that didn't play games are now playing games. But Apple Arcade now is selling Xbox controllers. I guess these are Xbox One controllers. Let's see, is there... yeah, it looks like Xbox One controllers. Directly through their store. Like, they are not selling the DualShock ones yet. Let's see. I'm going to hold on to this and... see if there's something else we would want to replace all of our minions with, because it's not like this is the best card ever. If I could get the pirate card, that would be pretty cool.
Job's done.
Although it really doesn't change much. There's an extremely limited number of people that would be only capable of buying an Xbox One controller through the Apple Store. But it does, I think, speak to a level of an attempt at quality there. They aren't just trying to have the cheapest knockoff controllers possible.
The stars align for your destruction.
Let's see.
Coming through.
So the question is, does this now make it cost 2 less? Otherwise we need to make a change.
Bask in my radiance. Perfect.
So will this be 5? Yes it is. Okay. So I could play this elemental,
Perplexing.
or I can just play this, and that's pretty much all I can do. TechCraft has an article here. Circle Empire Rivals announced for early 2020. This is not a game I've heard of, so let's look at this teaser trailer. It looks like a top-down player versus player strategy game. It looks like a mobile game. It's kind of like Clash of Clans or Clash Royale. Which, by the way, it's probably been a week now, and I haven't even opened Clash Royale. I think I am fully and completely done with that, which is kind of a nice feeling. Clash Royale, much like Hearthstone, was getting just too greedy, and it was just going on forever. And honestly, I never really liked the gameplay mechanics of Clash Royale, so I was sticking with it just out of boredom more than anything else.
Summoning portal open.
The beasts betrayed me.
Meddlesome insects.
Let's play this.
Summoning portal open.
And
Beware the
attack
shadow.
here, here,
Coming through.
Here.
Coming through.
here. And there.
What are you hiding?
For Blackwing!
I guess I might as well do this. Twitch support changed their logo a little bit on Twitter, but they an hour ago said view counts are back to normal. We apologize for the inconvenience. 3 hours ago said we're looking into an issue causing view count to be displayed as 0. Thank you for your patience. Meanwhile, YouTube's streaming setup has just gotten worse and worse as the
I got Mojo.
Summoning portal open.
the
For the spice.
stream key seems to change every time. There is a new version of OBS, so I'm gonna upgrade that pretty
Flesh succumbs. What he said.
so yeah, the
Coming through.
increase of what was I gonna say? Yeah, the changes on YouTube streaming with the chat link changing and the Steam key changing every time is annoying. Hopefully the new version of OBS fixes that. If it doesn't, then I'm just gonna have to live with it. But it doesn't sound, it's not as nice as it used to be for really no good reason. Choose a minion, add 2 copies in your hand that cost 0.
I bring life and hope.
Pride heralds the end of your world. Pride heralds the end of your world.
So let's do something crazy here and wait one turn and then replace our deck with these 10 mana cards. That'd be insane, but let's do it. Go for the Corrupted Blood challenge again. Right. Devil. 1/1. So these were zeros. The only way this would work, though, is if I swap decks. I didn't realize. Oh, yeah, none of them have put Corrupted Blood because none of them died. Right. Pretty much this is all I can play. Like, odds of me winning this next game is extremely, extremely low.
Agatha versus Satosh. You press your luck.
Behold the infinite darkness.
Might as well hold on to this, because if I don't, I won't potentially have anything I can play for the 5th turn. TechRaptor has an article here. Fortnite Chapter 2 leaked via the App Store, so I guess there's a Fortnite Chapter 2. Fortnite Season 10 is ending in a couple days. Although I wouldn't be surprised if this is also just a parody or some rip-off or something. Like, the idea of coming out with a Fortnite 2, I don't think really fixes anything or makes it make any sense. Silence a minion and deal 1 damage to it. Let's see. TechRaptor has a partnership with Nutaku, the adult video game store. They're promoting King of the Wasteland releases as free to play. It's a adult sex game, so looks also like it's pretty much a mobile game. What's funny about this is Nutaku has very few games that are high quality, and compared to Steam, very few games in general, but they've embraced making games that look like they're mobile games, I think, a lot more. A lot more than others. Apparently this is based on Last Empire War Z strategy game, so that they license some other game, it seems like.
That didn't go as
This.
I made it!
And then this.
Job's done.
You know, having a bunch of these on the field in your deck wouldn't be terrible.
Do you understand now?
Just change everything around. Attack. And then swap.
Job's done.
So there really isn't a lot more that needs to be said there, but yeah, that's that. Okay, attack here. Evolve.
Are
play this. This.
Job done.
Let's see.
Wilt beneath my gaze.
ScumVM has a new version out. The emulator that ever increases the number of games it supports. So version 2.1.0 Electric Sheep has been produced. Newly supported games are Blade Runner, Duckman, Hoyle, a bunch of games we've already covered in the past. A bunch of Hoyle games, a bunch of the old Might and Magic games, Quest for Glory, The Prince and the Coward, which I don't think is in English. So does that mean they have 100% compatibility? I don't think so, but 60 new games based on 8 new engines, a Nintendo Switch port, and nearly 500 bug fixes, with 8,493 commits via something like GitHub, I'm sure. This. This. And then where we want to go with this. See which one's higher. This one's higher, so we might as well evolve it up.
A courageous dinomancer. Flames consume you.
So that's slightly exciting news, but for some, probably not for everybody. In a similar fashion, OBS, Open Broadcast Studio, version 24.02, which I didn't want to upgrade certainly before I had the game out and available. Had this recorded on YouTube.
Job done.
There we go. Yeah, OBS Studio has the latest release. Let's see. Hardware accelerated decoding on media sources is now disabled by default rather than enabled. Some users use a ridiculous number of media sources, and turning on hardware acceleration decoding for every single one could cause some stability issues. While running OBS as administrator, games will now be much less likely to cause lag to the video of OBS. We will eventually get this improvement working without requiring an administrator. Currently, this does not work unless OBS is running as an administrator. Alright, fine. I'll run it as administrator. Media keys on your keyboard could trigger a video audio to stop and start playing in a browser source. Part of OBS output would be green when using OBS from a virtual machine. Let's see. This. How do we want to handle this? Kill this. I should have done this first. And then
From shadows to right.
kill that. Kill that. Kill that. Back here. There we go. Okay. They fixed an issue where stingers could sometimes cut off prematurely before they were finished. How are they doing stingers in the first place? They fixed a freeze that could happen when using NVEC and changing the bitrate while look ahead was enabled. Fixed a bug where OBS would sometimes stop recording due to lack of disk space, despite having plenty of disk space. And improved the playback accuracy of media sources and stingers. This was the same issue caused the costing is to sometimes play erratically. So it seems like some incremental improvements. It doesn't seem like there's a major new feature to mention for OBS. I think I kind of need to win here. Apparently, either for one reason or another, I'm looking at the Jackbox Party Pack 6. I suspect this is new. Yeah, so a new Jackbox Party Pack. I think the Jackbox Party Pack games are pretty good. They're kind of pricey. You can see $24.99 for what are effectively games you'd be playing with your friends in a limited amount, depending on how often your friends come over and play games with you, which that could be a lot, that could be a little, just kind of depends on the people. Let's see. Do I want to upgrade this guy? Yeah, I guess if I had a bunch of these in my hand, I could fill a board pretty easily. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Riot calls for esports casters and players to avoid, quote, sensitive topics during broadcast. Riot is the company that's, I think, almost completely owned by NetEase, the Chinese company, so they're just trying to get ahead of controversy. We've seen this with a few companies, and yeah, okay, that's kind of to be expected. Yeah, I've lost, by the way. I just lost the game. That's all I needed to do is play that, and unless. So yeah, some companies have come out and said we prefer not to be involved in these controversies, even though we know that we are going to be dragged directly into these controversies because we are in part or in whole owned by. So we could play one more mage shaman deck, and then we could concede and play warlocks, or we can go over to the arena run here, which this is what we need to do. So let's do the arena run and move forward here. I have no idea what cards are in this arena run, but whatever. Like, this could get really, really long. There's been a couple of companies that have come out and straight up said, no, we're not gonna censor people's political speech, but also
You asked for it.
there's no need for every single venue, every single open space, every single place where public discussion happens to devolve into political shouting. Like, that's not gonna solve a lot, particularly when it's just done online and it's just slacktivism. If you really want to push for Hong Kong democracy and you're in a country outside of Hong Kong, the only thing you can do is contact your governing officials and threaten to vote them out if they don't put out some kind of bill to support Hong Kong democracy. And see how far you can get with that. Form a lobbyist group and lobby, basically, is all you can do. But just getting on people's YouTube streams and commenting, it's your free speech. You can do whatever you want with it, certainly, but it's not gonna solve the problem, or solve any problems. So yeah, I kind of get how some of these game companies say, please don't bring this controversy to our front door. On the other hand, if it does come to your front door, I think you just go, yes, I agree. We appreciate your free speech. Yes, let's move on. We're here to play, to have a esports event, not to spout things. It's weird. And then that was the weirdness with the kneeling in the NFL too, is that it really wasn't accomplishing anything. It really was just kind of a single player or a few players expressing their protest and bringing a story light to the public, and maybe there is some benefit to doing that in general, but a lot of those NFL players, at least at the moment, are getting paid quite a bit and could be forming lobbying groups, putting more pressure on politicians, just finding some other way more effective than simply just kneeling. It's always important to ask yourself, what are my actions really accomplishing? Are they directly accomplishing something, or are they just bringing understanding about a topic to people? And most charities, and this is why most charities are scams, or just not worth really doing, most charities are built around the idea of just bringing understanding about a cause without actually funding any research or doing anything at all to stop that thing from happening. The Susan Komen Breast Cancer Society charity is one of the worst examples of that. They don't really fund any breast cancer research or funding or anything. They just get people to donate money and then spend all that money paying their employees and doing overhead, and then don't really do anything else. So it's not really a charity that anybody needs to support, because everybody already knows breast cancer exists. Or almost everybody does. Yeah, I forget why I got on this topic, frankly. It's been one heck of a week, certainly. But yeah.
I am freed from the curse.
Let's see.
Nice to meet you.
Speaking of what I classify as slacktivism, is The Sims has been pretty pro LGBTQ, and so they tweeted out 10 hours ago, Happy Coming Out Day, which is apparently a new national holiday they're claiming. Okay. Like, Sims has been super pro LGBTQ. So, but also, again, kind of slacktivism, because it's just a tweet saying happy this new day we made up. It's hardly saying we're funding these charities to help these people who are having these problems because they are LGBTQ plus, which is really where you would want a corporation to go. Honestly, yeah, now I remember what I was talking about. I just don't want to see the whole world. And I don't want to see my channel, I don't want to see the whole world just boil down into what Reddit looks like right now. Like, and maybe it has to happen every now and then, and that's fine, but Reddit right now is just nearly every single post is we hate Blizzard and we hate China, and I'm like, fair enough. Like, I'm old school on hating China, and I'm fine with hating Activision Blizzard, but does it have to be every topic? Does it have to be every single thing? Now the Giant Bomb after show, they brought up this just like BS, total BS argument that whenever there's a like we hate China for it's obviously bad actions, that they're saying, well, then this opens the door to a lot of people just spouting racist, anti-Chinese sentiment, and I'm like, all right, sure, there might be some of that going on, maybe. Like, show me the post that you really think is not people being more pro-democracy than anything else. I think, in all realisticness, there's a lot more people that, in general, just want to see everybody have human rights and democracy than there are people that just want to spout a bunch of we hate China stuff. Now, at least in the United States. I guess maybe some of the other countries legitimately have reasons to hate China, and so it has just boiled down into an institutionalized racism in that part. But Chinese is not even really a race, so it's the wrong word, like, because there are Muslims and different ethnicities in China, despite how they just try to depict themselves. You could be anti-Asian, but I don't think there are too many people that are posting anti-Asian in general. We just hate all Asians. There's plenty of Taiwanese fans out there, plenty of Japanese fans, plenty of Korean fans. K-pop is particularly super popular right now. So this is one topic in particular that's been pushed by the Chinese, is that any criticism of the Chinese government is just racism against Chinese/Asian people. It's not true. I have nothing, personally, I have nothing against the Chinese people. I want to see the Chinese people and the Hong Kong people and the Taiwanese people. I want to see all of them enjoy all the liberties and democracy they can possibly get. I want to see that for all people. So that's not a hate. That's for lack of a better term, a love. This is just kind of like me pointing out some of the crazy SJW mentality that flies around in California a lot. It's like, oh yeah, we're owned by CBS Viacom, and that means we're owned in part by China, so we've got to find some way to spin this so that it doesn't look so bad. And they tried the one way they could think, which is to say that some of the comments somewhere on Reddit might be offensive. Big deal. That happens every day. Yeah. If people are coming out of the woodwork and they're hating Chinese people in general, I doubt it's because of just a stereotypical racism coming from 100 years ago. It's everything that people have dealt with as far as the Chinese government in their entire lifetime, which frankly, for my entire lifetime, and I think most people's entire lifetime, China has never really been a good experience to deal with, and it's only corporate greed is the only reason why anybody has ever dealt with them. And I honestly do believe that China, Russia, both all these communist fascist countries should not be dealt with at all. There should be a straight up 100% embargo against them, and they should have not been allowed to act like first world countries and try to have economic influence around the world until they cleaned up their moral problems, of which they have a lot. And if they can't clean up their moral problems, imagine if North Korea all of a sudden was allowed to act like a first world country, and do business with everybody with no embargoes or anything, and then North Korea could just promote and force censorship and promote propaganda on North Korea, about North Korea. That would be ridiculous. And yet that's exactly what happens with Russia. That's exactly what happens with China. We don't need a Red Scare, but we need to realize that communism still is pretty much alive in those countries, and it's still the same playbook, and they didn't change magically with the fall of the Soviet Union, and they didn't turn over a new leaf or anything like that. And anybody who thought they would was joking themselves.
Weapons ready.
So yeah, this is a long rambling sentence.
I sense
Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Bandit Point, which is a better effort for a name. It looks like you're running around shooting bows and arrows. It looks like it's a VR game. You also seem to have a drill, lance, and a revolver, so looks like robots fighting each other. There might be a game here. It's $8.99. I'll put it on the follow list. It's, let's see, English full audio. So this actually looks like it might be a game if you have VR. Of course, if you don't have VR, then it doesn't matter. So that's wrong.
2 heroes enter, 1 hero.
That was wrong too. I should have played this. Magic the Gathering Arena has a button where you can press Z and undo. I don't know what the limitations on that are, but I did see it in the menu. There's actually a few keyboard commands that you can play with while playing Magic the Gathering Arena. That being said, there is also still some interface problems. Like, at no point do you have to resolve or play a card. It just kind of happens in Magic, in Hearthstone.
I'm dropping that gorgeous.
Whereas in Magic the Gathering Arena, a lot of times people will play cards and it will ask you to either resolve it or play the instant cards that are in your hand, because there's no secrets in Magic the Gathering Arena. There's no secrets, there's no trap cards, nothing like that. It's just instant spells in your hand, so your opponent doesn't even know. Which is a little annoying, frankly, when you're playing a game to say, well, he has 5 cards in his hands. One of those might be an instant spell that would ruin my attack. But that is just something you have to deal with playing Magic the Gathering. Let's see. The National Video Game Museum in Frisco, Texas. I believe they're in Frisco. Tweeted out support for Nerdvania Frisco, which is Randy Pitchford's wife's coffee shop / restaurant. This is maybe not a disclosure issue for a museum to tweet out kind of sponsored ads, but certainly if you bring in a receipt / wristband to Nordvania, they'll give you 10% off your food order. So I don't understand how that would work. If you bring in your receipt wristband from the National Video Game Museum, you get a discount at Albania. So I'm not even sure if this was a if this was really an attempt to. Well, it seems like it's a cross-promotion sponsorship deal, and it makes sense, certainly. I'd be a little upset if I found out the National Video Game Museum was deep in bed with Randy Pitchford, because that's not good, certainly, but I wouldn't be surprised if he donates to the museum quite a bit.
Hey, join the goons or meet my fist.
So that's, I guess, something to keep in mind, and you'll have to do as you will with that. TechRuptor has an article here. Gwent iOS beta arriving on first come first serve basis. That's weird, to say the least. CD Projekt Red has been way too slow to bring Gwent to iOS.
Speak your piece.
Let's see. Progress cards currencies are carried over between iOS and PC versions, not the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 version. There seems to not even be an Android version. There is no Android version or iOS version of Magic the Gathering Arena 2 also, so that's a slight problem I would like to see them address pretty quickly. But the Magic the Gathering Arena is working. They have a roadmap, and they're working on just getting it to run on Mac OS. And if they get it to run on Mac OS with the newest version of Mac OS, then it basically is going to run on iOS, because the new Mac OS is iOS. So once they get that done, then they really would have to focus on an Android version of Magic the Gathering Arena. Personally, I don't need it, but certainly any collectible card game needs as many. It needs as many players as quickly as possible. So the fact that Gwent didn't get mobile apps out quickly is a problem. There's no good way to make like an HTML5 client for a collectible card game. They're too complicated. It would run too slow. It would be too much loading of images. In particular, there's not a good way, probably for good reason, for you to make a website and tell somebody, okay, now download 10-20 gigs of image files and sound files and put it in your local storage of your web browser. Like, websites would not allow that. That'd be ridiculous. And it would drastically change how websites work in general to preload significant amounts of images. Here we have what I assume is a pretty cynical blog, how to get to the front page of Imager. And you would think, as a YouTube's video game streamer, maybe I would find some interest in this, but honestly, no, I don't. This is one of those search engine optimization BS things that I don't think I have any interest in pursuing.
Accidents, they happen, you know?
Let's see. So, yeah. And even though I know people aren't really aren't really using Facebook or Twitter too much anymore, there's still some support there. That's another thing Magic the Gathering Arena it has problems with. It doesn't have two-factor authentication. It doesn't have any kind of friend finding, or it doesn't even have friend lists. But once it has friend lists, it needs to connect those friends lists via something like Facebook or something. Snapchat even might be a choice there. There's definitely some integration it needs to. I feel like Magic the Gathering Arena would have been better had it just launched on Steam as a free-to-play game, but I guess they didn't want to pay those microtransaction, give a cut to Steam, and fair enough. I suppose there's no real way to fix that or get around that. That was the worst move to play.
Job's done.
Let's see. Tech Raptor has a follow-up from the 9th Blizzard Entertainment Employees Stage Walkout. Blizzard comments. I think we already talked about this article though. Honestly, I think in the past 2 days since Wednesday, there hasn't been any actual new events to make it worse for Blizzard. It's just been, yeah, people are still not happy with Blizzard, and that's probably not going to change for a very long time, if ever. So it becomes repetitive and not really actionable, useful news to report the same story over and over again. That's what a lot of the news creators, news channels, 24-hour news channels do, is they just say the same thing over and over again. It's like, okay, maybe some people didn't see it, but you're making an effort to have the same conversation over and over again. It becomes a point where you're just pushing a narrative, not informing people of what's going on.
Nice to meet you.
Weapons ready.
TechRaptor has an article here. Ubisoft announces new animated show based on the games. The games in particular is a Watch Dogs inspired tween show, which I guess is taking probably the general concept of hacking people and being in a middle school, high school scenario. Here's the concept art. Going with a female African American character who's not drawn well at all. Like, look at the hips on this character. This is an adult pair of hips on a tiny torso of a let's just call her a teenager, and then she's got a heavy jacket over her chest, which only implies more that she has a tiny chest. Her hands are tiny. Her head's probably a little too big for what's being depicted, but those hips, man, those thighs, that is way too big, and she's way too tall. In comparison, even looking in the reflection here, you've got better thighs, smaller thighs, and a smaller character. Some of this I could boil down to an art style. Some of that I can't. Although this kind of feels like this is just a generic cartoon concept. And what inherently you take from this is that this is a departure by Ubisoft focusing on making good games, and so their games, which haven't been great, let's face it, with the Assassin's Creed series and the Watch Dogs series being their main contributions in the past few years. It also is a double down because I'm pretty sure Ubisoft published, if not created, Starlink, and that failed. Let's see the description here. It will focus on a teenage hacker solving crimes at her middle school. The animated show is targeted towards younger audience, similar to Rabbids Invasion. Aside from the concept art below, there isn't much known yet. Yeah, this probably get canceled. The other animation that they're working on, or the next one, is called Captain Laserhawk: A Blood Dragon Vibe. So the one part of DLC from Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon is getting spun off into a show similar to the next Netflix Castlevania series, I guess. I wouldn't be surprised if these are all Amazon Prime style shows that have just been funded by either Amazon Prime or Netflix in a desperate plea and attempt to have some original content that they don't have to license. Netflix in particular trying really hard to have an anime vibe while not really licensing anime as much. And so they're just like begun production on a live action Cowboy Bebop that, I mean, just from the word go, you know people are going to reject that. Like, a beloved series trying to be done by Netflix in live action. This is a disaster in the waiting. The next thing they have is Rayman and Hungry Shark Squad, which I don't even know if this is targeted towards kids or not. Hungry Shark Squad is a mobile game published by Ubisoft, apparently. So I don't know if this is supposed to be kid friendly or not, but it doesn't really look particularly kid friendly. There was a cartoon called Code Yoko where kids went into a VR game a lot that this kind of reminds me of. But being a teenage hacker and solving crimes is kind of ridiculous, and being a teenage hacker, there's two ways you can be a teenage hacker. You can either be completely not a hacker at all and barely know anything about computers because you're just too young to have ever possibly gotten that education. Nobody's going to hacker camp at age 6 in the summers and learning how to hack and really learning something that is deep, complicated programming. That's just not realistic. And the idea that you can just be this savant, the idea that you can be a savant computer hacker is not realistic at all. It's not an art. It's not a talent you can just pick up. You have to know the right words, the right codes, the right software to use, the right programming language to learn and use. Even in a hypothetical future where kids were taught how to program from day one of kindergarten, which is basically where we are right now, that doesn't guarantee in any way that this would be a successful, that there would be a teenage hacker that could do something to solve crimes that just the employees at a school couldn't do, you know? It kind of doesn't make sense. The other thing I'd say here is that they've kind of missed a big opportunity, and I'll say, as my understanding of how a good cartoon should go, where are her friends? Like, at least in this case, you've got a team of 4 and a team of 4. That's your standard cartoon thing. She has nobody. She's completely alone. That's totally not the case in like the Carmen Sandiego Netflix show. There's totally a team of friends that works with her. Let's see. Lifesteal, deal 1 damage to everybody, I guess. And then that.
Job's done.
And then return. So yeah, instead of doing a collection here, hey, let's start with a love interest of some sort. Like, so you want to put a, let's say, Latino male love interest, because if you want it to be a cartoon that airs worldwide, you probably aren't going to go with a gay vibes too much. You need a girl best friend, certainly, so you could maybe go with a Asian girl best friend, subvert some stereotypes, say she's really sporty. Maybe you need somebody in a wheelchair, or go a little bit different. Maybe somebody who has missing a leg or something, and has it'd have to be an obvious disability, but missing a hand, missing a leg, that would be cool. But you want at least 4 people here. You probably want an adult that's either turning a blind eye to their shenanigans or helping them in some way. But yeah, you want a whole team here. Being completely alone does not make sense in any cartoon. And yeah, being a Nancy Drew, which is really what I think this boils down to, is it's just a Nancy Drew story. I'm fairly certain in the Nancy Drew stories, though, there are people that Nancy Drew relies on and has as friends too. So there's just a bad concept. I don't know why you make it tween age in particular either. Why not just bump it up to high school? Because then it opens up the door of it being a lot more realistic. She could be a freshman in high school. It could be a 4-year high school where she's a newbie there.
I will fight with honor.
But having her in junior high to start off with just limits the types of stories you can tell. But the bigger point here to make is Ubisoft clearly doesn't want to make video games anymore. And this is part of a bigger narrative that's pretty easy to see. That there really is not likely in the next 4 to 10 to 12 years going to be a lot of good new Ubisoft projects, which is the exact opposite of what needed to happen and what could have happened, because once Ubisoft had gotten that guarantee that Vivendi or Viacom, I forget which, wasn't going to acquire them, once they were outside of that pressure, which we were already giving them a pass in the fact that they were annualizing Assassin's Creed and releasing kind of bad games just to make money, just to make sure that they're not acquired. We had already given them that pass, and they took that free pass and then they abused it, and now they're just saying, yeah, we really don't want to make games, we just want to make live services, things that we can charge a bunch of money for, and we really don't want to tell good stories. It's sucky, to say the least.
Chill out.
TechRaptor has a bit of news here that actually I don't believe I reported on. The Hearthstone caster Brian Kibler steps down in protest of Blitzchunk's suspension. I also saw somebody who was running one of the Hearthstone Reddits quitting. I think there's been a pretty large amount of people that quit in protest. There is also a tweet by Disguised Toast that said he would come back and play Hearthstone again if Hearthstone reversed the suspension and changed their mind, which is probably a pretty disingenuous offer, frankly. But if Hearthstone, Activision Blizzard did change their mind and reverse the firings and suspensions and all the actions they've taken, I'm sure Discussed Toast would come back and play for a while, just to make him be honest to his word. But I imagine he'd get bored pretty fast. I don't know if this is really news, but I was listening to the old Total Biscuit podcast, with Total Biscuit now being dead, and Jesse Cox announced as they were wrapping up, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna finish Control on my channel. He's been playing Control, and then I'm going back to not streaming video games because it's just not worth my time. I'm like, seriously? Okay. That's how you're gonna phrase it? It's just totally not worth your time when that's kind of what you're known for, is for the most part being a video game streamer. It's a major part of what he does. So yeah. But he's not wrong either. It really isn't worth a lot of people's time. If you've got better offers, if you've got a better job, being a YouTube streamer or a Twitch streamer is not a financially smart, viable job. There are better things you can be doing with your time if you can get those opportunities, and then a lot of people can get those opportunities. Let's see. Moving on, Gamasutra has an article. The Hitman developer IO Interactive partners with Warner Brothers on a new game experience. What's weird about this is IO Interactive just bought out its own freedom from Square Enix and is immediately getting in bed with Warner Brothers. Perhaps this is the beginning of a trend that we will see, where a lot of people don't want to do business with Square Enix anymore, and Square Enix doesn't seem like they want to really do business as a publisher anymore. So maybe Warner Brothers will swoop in and take a bunch of that business. But I also wouldn't be surprised if this really is just more of a case of IO Interactive spent all of its money trying to buy its own freedom, and then was left with not enough money to really fund and publish another game other than the Hitman series. So making a new game probably did mean that they needed to seek out funding in the form of a publisher. This article goes on to say Hitman 2 and Hitman HD Enhanced Collections and Hitman Definitive Collections were previously also released by Warner Brothers, so they have had dealings in the past. This isn't a brand new thing. Gamasutra has that same article. Ubisoft is making animated shows based on Rayman, Watch Dogs, and more. Making might be the wrong phrase, though. It might be that they're mostly just licensing. But I don't know if that's really gonna work. It kind of makes sense that there might be a Lego cartoon based on some of the Lego games. There are Lego cartoons. There could be Lego games based on those Lego cartoons in the opposite direction. But most video games don't really need cartoons. Nobody is clamoring for yet another Sonic cartoon or a Super Mario Brothers cartoon or anything like that. Those are things people tried decades ago and they didn't really need to happen even then. Let alone now. People just have better things to do with their time.
Fine, I'll heal.
Let's go ahead and kill this. Kill this. Let's see. Moving on. Gamatsu has Corpse Party 2 Dead Patient Chapter 1 launches October 23rd in the West. I believe this is the Corpse Party game that's different than the others. It's more of a top-down experience. But it's also selling for cheaper at $9.99, whereas some of the other Corpse Party games have visual novel horror games have sold for like $30. I definitely need to start covering the Corpse Party series during a Halloween. Like, but yeah, financials willing, certainly that would be something I'd like to do for next October, is play the very first Corpse Party game visual novel in the series and see what happens. Lifesteal deal 1 damage to all minions. Spell damage would increase that.
Fine, I'll wand.
In the turn. TechRaptor has an article here. Call of Duty Modern Warfare PC specs have been revealed. So, over 100 gigabytes of space required. An i3 4340 or an AMD FX 6300, 8 gigs of RAM. Some parts of my PC are getting a little bit old at this point.
Speak your
That
piece.
certainly is the case. I think my CPU is getting a little old, and the amount of RAM I have is still. I think I have 16 gigabytes. Even if I have 32 gigabytes, like next time, I think we're going for 128 gigabytes of RAM, faster RAM too, because I certainly do use a lot of RAM. I have a ton of Chrome pages open all the time. And yeah, there's chances, at the very least, that some kind of Spectre meltdown code improvements happen on the next generation of the next generation
Fine, I'll wand.
I am freed
what
from
am I
the
saying?
curse.
Of CPUs. Moving on, TechRaptor has a game here. Earthfall Alien Horde has been delayed on the Switch. This is a game I've not heard about, so it being delayed means nothing to me. It was going to be an eShop game. We could, I guess, skip through this trailer, but it doesn't look like anything too special. You might be scraping the bottom of the barrel, though, on the Switch if you're looking for something that's like a first-person shooter, more mature adult game. And so Earthfall Alien Horde might fill that gap, but I bet there's better options. this is some amazing news from Gamma Sutra. Steam will soon let users play local multiplayer games over the internet. I believe we talked about this a little bit. So the remote play together idea would be just allowing you to play. It really gives a major advantage to people with a lot of old games that only have local multiplayer to say, hey, we can now play this over the internet. I assume this still means that both people would have to have a copy of that game, so potentially doubling the sales of a lot of old games too. But yeah, it's a real cool concept there. They had been doing something like that in the libretro programming, where they had gotten the code to run the games a little bit slower so that the latency and the lag between key presses was not felt. And some of that is rollback technology, and some of that is just other things. So yeah, I may have to just play off screen, and it may not even be worth it to play off screen to do these daily quests, come to think of it, since we're just never going to play Hearthstone again. Like, missing a couple of daily quests doesn't really change anything. So let's open this and just talk about the news while we're opening card packs. Alright, here's the problem though. It is particularly intensive to open card packs and talk. So here I have a IO Interactive talking about their WB Interactive Entertainment partnership. They have direct post. So I can like get one pack opened and then talk about one story, and that's about as much as I can do. Now, because there's no friends list in Magic the Gathering Arena, there's no way for anybody to right now gift cards or anything like that, which would be helpful, certainly, to get a heads up and see if I can actually make it to a reasonable ranked level each month. So right now I'm asking if people want to support me playing Magic the Gathering Arena in particular. The best way you can do that is support me through Patreon, or friend me on Steam and give me a gift card or game off my wish list. $15 in particular is what I'm looking for to buy the $15 bonus section, which I think I'll do. Well, I'll give it like a week. My fear is that the $15 special thing that is available right now will quickly change to another $15 thing that happens every 4 months or every month, and that they're just going to try and get $15 out of me every quarter until I'm paying $60 a year, which isn't really asking too much, but it's more than I want to pay for a free-to-play game. Like, I started my YouTube channel particularly mostly free-to-play, or in the sense that I was playing games that I already owned. It was quite a while until I started doing the Steam summer sales and started buying games to have a better collection and a better backlog. And now I have a pretty good backlog of games. The collection is not as great as I'd like it to be, though. A lot of the games I have are old and uninteresting. A lot of games, this narrative is getting pushed, I think, by Jim Sterling in particular. A lot of the games from like 10 years ago have better writing than a lot of the games that came out now. So people, me in particular, and other people are starting to get nostalgic for things that came out on the Xbox 360 or the PS3. If you objectively look at a lot of those old games, they really don't stand up to the test of time. And I find that often to be the case, is I'll buy a game and then go back and play it. Torchlight 1 was a great example of that. Like, I enjoyed Torchlight 1 when it came out. Playing it now, it's like, oh yeah, this has problems. The Ghostbusters, the video game remaster, I enjoyed that when it came out in like 2012, but it's old, it's dated, it's not gonna feel like a brand new great game if you tried to play it now. I still suggest you play it, but and I own the original and I would like to get the remastered and compare, but I kind of shouldn't spend that extra money. Seems like we're gonna get about 2 legendaries for every account, just based on the amount of cards packs we had. We were saving these all up for the next expansion, but I don't think I'm gonna be a part of the next expansion. So the other way, if you can't support me financially in any way, is ask people to subscribe to my channel. If I get major amounts of subscriptions, if I get a bunch of likes, if I get a bunch of comments Monday starting on Magic the Gathering, then that will be an encouraging aspect, certainly. Like, I'm personally just want people to subscribe to my channel even if they don't watch any of my videos ever. I'm looking for subscriptions so I can bring back ads in a moderate, reasonable format, and get the few pennies that I was getting before on videos. Like, it was so long ago, it's easy to forget. At one time, being a YouTuber was profitable for me. Not really profitable, not when you extract paying yourself at minimum wage or costs and expenses of just running the electricity and the buying the computer parts, but it was at least making some kind of revenue, where now it's pretty much no revenue because YouTube moved the goalpost and increased the number of subscribers you need to 1,000 from 100. I will say YouTube has been moderately not terrible about mass demonetizing channels. They are more keyword focused demonetizing channels, or video based demonetizing channels. The channels that I see these days complaining about being completely demonetized, it's like, you kind of knew what they were doing. They kind of knew they were drama channels, or gonna cause conflict type channels. Not the I've yet to see a completely family friendly channel be demonetized in the recent memory. So we had 2 extra epics, 17 extra rares, and 96 extra comments, and notice I didn't really cover any news there, so that wasn't very helpful. And we'll just do what we did in the other account. We'll look at what's new and see what we really got, which you can see really isn't that much, because these accounts sort of were close to complete. Like, they weren't really that empty. Then we can type extra and see what extra gold ones we have, and we can see that there really isn't even that many. And then we could type missing, and when we go to missing and then sort it down to classic cards, let's see, it's gonna just be a bunch of legendaries. Make 2 of those. So what I would have needed to done is have more legendary classic packs opened until I had a full collection of legendary classic cards. And that's just not reasonable to happen. And that was the last bit of my desktop for anything I could afford. Wait, nope, wrong with that. Goes there. So I have about 9 pages of missing cards in the classic packs, and in the standard packs I'm sure there's a lot more pages of missing cards that I could craft. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 27, 30, 36, 37 pages in total just of standard cards that I'm missing, and I'm sure that's close to 100 pages otherwise. So like 1 mage shaman victory, and then let's just leave this daily quest where it is. We won't even probably come back and get to the ranked reward at the end of the month. We could certainly also complain about how some of these accounts are not even up to rank 60, let alone at 500 ranked wins here. What was I gonna play? Let's play 1 game of mage or shaman. So Murloc, shaman, casual play. And cover some news, and then we'll go over to the Americas account. And then that'll be it for the stream and Hearthstone in general. TechRaptor has an article, Blizzard Hong Kong Hearthstone controversy escalating. A lot of people are trying to turn May from Overwatch into a protester with skins and mods, potentially. Some people claim this is a troll operation or an attempt to get it banned in China, which, I mean, frankly, maybe that is, at least that's actually doing something. Like, because if Overwatch and Activision Blizzard games all did get just banned in China, then all of a sudden Activision Blizzard would have to come back and go, you know what, we were wrong. And even if it's not because they really believe they were wrong, but they would have to admit to themselves, oh, we backed the wrong horse here, and now we're getting banned because of our player base hating or pushing for Hong Kong democracy. So, like, this article is from October 9th, so this is really just a increase of what was happening on the 9th. Here's the statue where the employees staged a protest with the umbrella protest, which is nearly 10 years old from Hong Kong. Here's the ring around that same statue with the core values being blocked. Epic got involved in it. Politicians came into it. I imagine there was a decent number of politicians interns who actually play Hearthstone and caught up the actual politicians pretty quickly as far as what was going on. And it's pretty easy for politicians to side against Activision Blizzard compared to the NBA, because the NBA, I'm sure, is actually lobbying a bunch of politicians on both sides, where Activision Blizzard probably isn't. It is also worth mentioning that according to Sid Alpha, and this really doesn't mean anything, the CEO of Activision Blizzard was listed in the little black book of Jeffrey Epstein, who Jeffrey Epstein seems to have made a career out of getting close to a bunch of rich, powerful elites and potentially offering some of them access to underage prostitution. So you certainly not somebody you would want to be known to have associated with in retrospect. but I think a lot of people, including politicians, are very much known to have associated with him. So yeah, take that for whatever it is. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article, Red Dead Redemption 2 PC specs announced. So let's see what these PC specs. I usually don't look at PC specs, but I'm trying to keep a bigger eye on it and learn. Like, it seems pretty low here. A Windows 7, Service Pack 1, an i5 2500. Now the i5 series is going to start going one digit more. So it'll be a 10500 or a 10700, i7 10 or an i9. So there's potential there for some confusion. They really need to change their branding again. 8 gigs of memory, a GTX 770. This is pretty low specs. But then at some point here, this breaks into the recommendation, and they didn't list this here, because here goes the minimum, and then after the operating system, I guess here they or somewhere after the sound card, this is I guess the recommended. All right, let's do this. Rush. Didn't play fast enough. So how am I supposed to win if I don't play fast enough? So like the recommended specs are much higher. Windows 10 April 2018 update, i7 4770, 12 gigabytes of RAM, a 1060 video card, 150 gigabytes. None of those seem really too extreme though, as far as specs. But it is certainly something I've kind of lost my mental image on is where my CPU, my GPU, no, CPU is what I'm talking about right now, falls in line with that. Let's see. Just desperately trying to kill things. Let's see.
Double time and double pay.
I still lost. Ah, this sucks. This is something I think we'll see less of in Magic the Gathering Arena, though. It's just the straight up loss because of just taking too long. You're given a lot more time. It may make games longer in the long run, but it seems like you're given a lot more time and there's a lot more chance of you winning, a lot less randomness in Magic the Gathering Arena once you figure it out. So, TechRaptor has an article here. Lack of Pokemon Masters in-game content has been addressed by the devs. Free gems awarded have been awarded due to a late patch. I feel like Pokemon Masters probably is the beginning of a new concept for Pokemon, but I don't think they put enough effort into it. I'm sure it was probably an experimental mobile project, and what they're gonna have to do, in the same way that I bet Pokemon Red and Blue by modern standards is pretty lackluster. So if they came out with like a Pokemon Masters 2 and it's 5 times as big and way more focused on it, and a lot more money and effort was put into it. There might be a Pokemon Masters series of games that come out, probably on the Switch, that would be worth really playing. I don't know if what they're offering digitally right now falls under that category, though, of being worth playing.
Well played.
Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called The Exorcist Legion, which, are they making a new Exorcist movie? I saw a review of The Exorcist, and I've never actually watched The Exorcist. It seems like it's just too slow of a movie. And they kind of talk about how the first half of The Exorcist is not the exorcism stuff to start with. Whereas by the time they tried to make any sequels to the Exorcist movies, it was like the idea was already there that their possessions and demons existed, and there was they were just kind of jumping in the action, and that's in part why they were bad. This is $24.99, requires VR, it's English and Spanish. It's M for mature, according to us. I think I'm going to put this on the fall list and see what this is. Now, it might be that this has nothing to do with the Exorcist movie series, which kind of makes sense. Like, I could totally understand not being able to copyright the phrase The Exorcist as being a generic enough term. But this, as a VR game, actually looks like a VR horror game. Of course, you run into the same problems with VR horror every time, where people are going to potentially just fling off that headset in total paralyzed fear. Well, not paralyzed fear, but in total fearful reactions. And so your $600 headset may just get flung into the floor because of how scary it is, or people are going to just be terrified and not want to actually play the game because of the fact that it's all around this idea of it's all built around this horror concept. So I could see horror games not really selling as well as they should in VR, and that's saying a lot since most games don't sell well in VR. Next, we have a game on Steam called Mage Quit, which looks like it's a player versus player game. Looks visually alright, a little low polygon, but nothing terrible. $14.99, but multiplayer only. I don't play multiplayer only games, there's nothing really to review there. So check it out, it's rated very positively if you're interested. Alright. Alright, now, do we have anything that does 6 damage? No. So that starts with that. And then...
Wow.
That starts with that. That starts with that. That starts with that. And then that starts with that. And then it's the turn. Actually, come to look at this, we have a game on Steam called Corpse Party Blood Drive. I think this was the game that I was thinking about that was the different looking game. Or maybe they just all look like this. Maybe this is just what Corpse Party games look like now. This is not Corpse Party Chapter 2 Lost Patient, which was the other game. So, whatever. We can see this is positive already. They don't even really look too much like visual novels as much as they look like adventure games. I'm gonna put this on the follow list. I'm still trying to figure out if this is a series I need to play. $17.99, discounted, full Japanese audio, English and Korean subtitles.
Happy Hallows End.
Ah, shut up. Yeah, we get it. I'm not paying attention. Leave me alone.
There's little time.
One, two. This, and in return. So yeah, still not sure about the Corpse Party series, but if you do know the series, if you do like the series, this new one is probably as good as any of the others.
Happy
Or maybe it's slightly different. Echo. 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 And echo. Gamma Sutra has the same article. Apple now sells Xbox controllers in its official store. Now, I assume this is a digital online store. Yes, it is. It would be a little weird if Xbox controllers started showing up in the Apple stores, the actual physical stores. But I wouldn't be super surprised about that either, if that's what started happening. Let's go ahead and squelch this. You can squelch characters and emote in Magic the Gathering Arena. It seems like since there's no friends list though, there's no chat, so you can't friend somebody in chat. Didn't say things there right now, but I'm sure that will be added. I'm hoping it'll be added. I'd be crazy if it wasn't. Spell.
Nothing.
Let's see. Take this spell in case we need it.
Onward to adventure.
There you go. TechCraft has an article. Shroud of the Avatar has been acquired by a new developer. I have no idea what Shroud of the Avatar is though. So apparently it's a game in development, if I was to guess. Somebody. What was that sound? Can we just come online? Alright, we've got to basically get rid of everything. So this would do 6 damage to everything. So
I must
this
invest.
and then just play this to save time. Oh, I played that totally wrong. Well, it doesn't matter. That wouldn't have really helped.
There's little time.
The sound effects Hearthstone does sometimes is a little weird.
I put more left in me.
I'm confused by that sound effect for sure. Somebody came on and then disappeared. Although, again, this is why I've been sticking with Hearthstone way too much, is that most of these Asian accounts in particular, just nobody has been on ever in an extremely long amount of time. Alright, let's do this. TechRaptor has an article here. The next Epic Games Store free titles have been revealed. It'll be Observer and Alan Wake, I believe. Alan Wake's American. Nightmare, Surviving Mars, plus its Space Race DLC is right now for free. I probably need to go back and check to make sure I got the DLC. But yeah, ever since getting Control for free made me make an Epic account, I chose I'm gonna get these free games and I'll just back up the chance. Alright, this isn't working, clearly. So yeah, I think we're gonna just end this here. If I can off-screen get somebody to rage quit and get a victory here, and maybe some victories here, I might do that. But frankly, if I'm gonna do any work extra today, it's gonna be getting back to doing Lego City Undercover instead of doing this. When I start doing Magic the Gathering Arena 2, I need to be way tighter about breaking up episodes. Because we need to start building a build-up there. Or I need to very, very quickly, and very, very, very quickly, I mean by that. Let's look at this guy. Let's spectate this guy, because we got a challenge a friend quest. And I guess I could do my secondary account to challenge myself there. I could have done that probably earlier. So let's go through the news while we're watching him potentially defeat the Headless Horseman.
Mommy needs 5.
But yeah, I need to decide whether I'd only put Magic the Gathering on the weekends. I don't think so. I don't think that makes sense. I think we want the numbers to go up. The new challenge is, finger crossed, we got Hearthstone up to 1,500 episodes. The new challenge is, can we beat that 1,500 episode number with Magic the Gathering without doing some crazy shenanigans? And I want to do 30-minute episodes or one game per recording episodes type things, but there's something there as the slight goal. Combines all the friend cards in the deck, which is none. Alright, Tech Raptor has Journey for Elysium brings Greek Afterlife to VR on Halloween. This, I believe, is a patch.
Job's done.
Maybe not. Journey for Elysium. Not Journey to Elysium. This one feels like this is mostly going to be a walking simulator in VR, which is mostly black and white too, for no good reason. There's a misconception about Greek marble statues that they were always just marble alone. They were actually painted, and the paint just wore off over time. So they were bright and colorful. It wasn't this minimalist approach of white marble on potentially just green, open-air garden backgrounds. So we're trying to see if this guy dies or if he wins. Like, he's still got to defeat the head after this point, but if he's got something that just destroys a destroys a minion, you can win that way.
Death to the traitor king.
Let's see. Oh, I'm getting distracted watching this person play. Next we have Grid on Steam. It's mixed right now. I'm gonna put it on the fall list. Doesn't look like it's. This is one of those AAA Codemasters racing games. Codemasters is kind of 50-50, as quality. It's $59.99 or $79.99 for the Ultimate version. Third-party EULA, a bunch of games, a bunch of language supports. Codemaster again, just 50-50 on making good racing games, or not, and it seems like maybe they failed on that one. I'll give it a little bit more time to see if maybe they patch it, because there's a decent chance they would. Otherwise, just move on to the next thing. See, I think he thinks he's gonna win, just when he gets down to 0.
The flames have risen, and the weak have fled. Now mummies take over in my stead.
Summon a copy of that's not a bad idea.
Your flaws are your strength.
So now he's got to do 35 damage. This guy's immune, so any bombs he draws, though, is not that helpful. But this will do about 35 more damage, so should be alright. Yeah, just attack here and you win. So, I'm going to go and leave this. And hope I can challenge this guy to a battle. But see, yesterday I tried to challenge somebody and they just disconnected and didn't accept the challenge. That drove me crazy. I also have no idea what the other daily challenges are, so we'll just play. We'll just take Mech Hunter and hope that's the right deck and play it. Next, we have a game on Steam called Radio Commander, which looks like it's a top-down strategy deck. Top-down strategy game where you're playing as a radio commander. So there's a lot of graphics here to hide the fact that it's really a simplistic visual looking game, and there's way too much text here. This is labeled as very positive, but honestly it's just not the kind of game I think I'd want to play. Like, thinking it through, it's silly. It's a silly idea to play as a radio commander. It's English full audio, a bunch of other language supports, 49 achievements. 112 operator is coming out in 2020 as compared to 911 operator 112. He just disconnected, or we're having internet trouble. I could understand being a 911 operator. I don't get radio commander. You know what? I'll put it on the follow list though. I'll just be really generous and put it on the follow list and see if maybe I can wrap my head around that concept. I feel like you'd probably have to be in the military and understand what a radio commander does a lot more. See, this is just gonna I think this is just glitched out. Well, let's just keep going through the news. We have a ton of news. I'm not going through it very fast. Here we have a game We Were Here Together, which looks like it's some kind of adventure game in some snowy world, where you might be talking to somebody on the radio a lot and walking around. It doesn't particularly seem like there's much of a gameplay mechanic, though, so it's probably just a puzzler adventure game. I like those. It's rated very positively. This is discounted to $12.34 English full audio with a bunch of language support. Allegedly E for everyone. Not a bad, kind of hidden gem too. Like this developer, Total Mayhem Games. Let's see, We Were Here 2 apparently also exists. And a game called We Were Here also exists. So it seems like this one's free to play, where this one's $9.99. And so this might be a whole series. It's multiplayer only, unfortunately, now that I come to look at it. And it's not VR. So actually, I don't think I can put this one on the follow list. So that's weird. Let's see if We Were Here 2. First game, We Were Here. Is it multiplayer only? Yes. So it seems like it's a series, but it's rated very positively. And then We Were Here 2 is multiplayer only also. And then the newest one, We Were Here Together, is multiplayer only. So yeah, check out the We Were Here series. It seems like the first one's free to play, so you have a chance there. Is this some kind of weird thing? Is this some kind of cheat? I've never seen this done before. I think this match is just gonna go on forever. And that person disconnected, but he accepted, so let's just end the game and see what happens. If that gets to challenge a friend or not. That worked, so apparently they knew that worked somehow. Fair enough, I suppose. That then leaves us with a bunch of Battlecry cards and Hunter and Mage cards that we would need to do. This Tavern Brawl has been done. This Arena has been done. So we've done all that. We've got 10 card packs. I don't even know how we have 10 card packs, because we had already opened all the card packs on the America's account. Or I thought we had. Or maybe we did that a few weeks ago and now we're wrapping it up. So here we are opening the last packs we will probably ever open on Hearthstone. Recording the last recording we will probably ever record on Hearthstone. There is still a road for redemption though. Like I'm not saying Activision Blizzard couldn't come out and say, you know what, we were wrong. That was the wrong call. We see that now. We've heard your voices loud and clear, and we are going to stick with the real fans and undo our bad actions. Like that's really what life is about in a lot of ways. Is that it's not just about you failed a test in school and then it was off to the execution chamber with you. It's about learning from your mistakes. It's about growing. It's about accepting people who make mistakes and forgiving them. That's something I think a lot of people forget. And that can happen, I think, on a corporate level too. If they come out and sound at least a little bit sincere and actually start to establish and rebuild trust by being true to their word in their future actions. Now, certainly a lot of companies have come out and apologized and then done the exact same thing. I think Facebook is kind of a great example of that, where it's like, oh yeah, we're sorry, we won't do it again, and then 6 months down the line they do it, they leak your information yet again. So there is something to that. that needs to be addressed also. So I'm not saying anybody would have to or should even believe an apology from Activision Blizzard, but if they put one out, I'd be willing to give them enough credit to listen to their apology and then decide whether I believe it or not. We had 1 extra epic and 11 extra rares and 36 extra commons, a lot less dust here because I had less cards, which pretty much then just gave me like 2 new cards, and one of which was a legendary, and then extra cards. We don't have any extra cards at all because my main account is a little bit better set. And as far as missing cards that are in the classic pack, I'm not sure I'm missing any cards in the classic pack because I had a complete collection of that. So there's really no reason to spend any of this dust right now. If I came back to my main account, maybe I wouldn't come back to my Asian or European account at all. That might be another way to return to Hearthstone. Honestly, if I just played ranked 3 times as long instead of playing on 3 different accounts to get gold to have card pack opening videos, it probably would have worked a lot better. Murloc or Mage. Mage is what we're trying to play in. Cyclone, Mage, Casual, let's go. Tech Raptor has an article here. We're going to just try and burn through the rest of this news and wrap up. Sony is still working on PlayStation 5 backwards compatibility, so apparently it is not a finished thing. Still not sure if that means a disc from a PS4 is going to be played into, put in and played from into a PlayStation 5, or if it's just going to be 100% digital future as far as backwards compatibility goes. I figure Xbox almost certainly will be digital backward compatibility. Maybe you'll get some disc checks going on for the next Xbox and the next potential what am I trying to say? The next potential PlayStation is, I don't think I really mentioned that the PlayStation 5 is going to have 100 gigabyte, I guess, Blu-rays. That's still kind of small by modern standards. We've hit this point where Blu-rays, even Blu-rays, don't have enough space, and there's not really a good way around that either. I have my PlayStation 3 as a Blu-ray player. It's been sitting on my shelf for quite a while now. At this point, I am kind of thinking it's probably time to think about replacing it with a more modern Blu-ray player. If I needed a Blu-ray player, I don't really need a Blu-ray player. Getting a PlayStation 5 so it could play 4K Blu-ray discs or something is maybe the best and cheapest way to get the most modern Sony Blu-ray player available, but still probably not a good move. Let's see.
Someday I'll be just like you.
Is there anything else to say there? No. So basically that boils down to, if I got a PlayStation 5 cheap as a Blu-ray player, I'd be cool with that. If I got a Xbox and it was cheap and it had a Blu-ray player in it, I'd be happy with that. But I don't know if there's a good reason to get either one of those, though. Just for that, I don't think that makes a lot of sense nowadays. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Pine, which looks like it might be a survival resource management game. It does have a level of animation to it, and it's rated mostly positive. Kind of feels like it might be one of the good Chinese games. It's from Congregate as a publisher. $22.49, already mostly positive. English and a bunch of languages. 7 achievements. I guess it's not a Chinese game, just so there might be something here. They're calling it an action indie RPG simulation game. So maybe it has more of a limited story, a linear story, which that is something that has been a consideration. Certainly, is that if there was something like Minecraft, or just a game that had Minecraft elements, but then it had a beginning, a middle, and an end, that would be really more appealing than trying to play a new game that's exactly like Minecraft, that's just open-ended forever. Speaking of Minecraft being open-ended forever, they've introduced a new honey block that has some new interesting properties.
Back of the line.
TechRaptor has an article. RT announces The Wanderer, Frankenstein's Creature, which is coming to PC October 31st. Let's see. I've never heard of RT as a developer.
You're not ready.
This looks like it's an artistic looking game, but that teaser trailer really didn't show anything. It's a point-and-click narrative game is what they're calling it. Alright, there might be something interesting to that. We'll see when it comes out to Steam. Let's see. This.
You require my assistance.
This. Gamatsu has an article. 13 Sentinels, Aegis Ring, Deep Investigation File. Voice actor Kana Motomiya video. I suppose this is an example. I don't want to show a Japanese company's videos because they all get copyright claimed. This Aegis Rim 13 Sentinels game looks like it might be interesting. Definitely. What is it tagged as? A nothing really. Looks like it's an adventure, maybe slightly visual novel game. I assume half the Japanese games are visual novels. But yeah, it can't just be what's on Steam. There's been really no new announcements of games at all for Gamatsu, for I wish I could cancel that. That was a mistake.
Job's done.
For Gamatsu or TechRaptor also, so it's just been an incredibly slow week, except for the Hearthstone controversy, which has really just sucked all the oxygen out of the room. TechRaptor has an article here. I'm going to kind of disagree with the popular sentiment on this one. Enchanted Portals draws ire over Cuphead comparisons. So somebody's made a game here called Enchanted Portals. It is visually a direct rip-off of Cuphead. Cuphead is visually a direct rip-off of old 70s, 80s cartoons, 60s cartoons, even earlier. So what is wrong with that? There's literally been one super successful game that copies that art style in probably 50 years. So somebody saw Cuphead, they liked it, they want to make a Cuphead clone. There are clones of all kinds of games all over the place. This is a smart move. This is what people should want and want to play. Yeah, if they tried to claim this was an original idea, I'd be like, okay, sure, whatever, and roll my eyes. But otherwise, this is exactly what you want. This is a Kickstarter campaign that began October 24th. Maybe the Kickstarter part is part of the part that you would complain about, but I definitely can't complain about the I really can't complain about a clone. This game, if it comes out of Kickstarter, which is a big if, is planned to be released on Switch and PC. So what? Like, yeah, make clones. If there were 5 Cuphead games that came out next year, and they all competed against each other, and 3 of them were actually good and worth playing, that would still only make 4 Cuphead games in all the video games that exist, where visual novels were into the millions, action RPG games were into the millions, I'm sure, first-person shooters were into the millions. We need more variety, and we can't give a sole copyright to generic concepts and new gameplay styles so much. This is the problem with I think with copyright in general, is that it gives this sole rule and law to one creator while disenfranchising the ability of all other creators to create something similar and steal from that idea for at least a limited amount of time. And I don't think we should just immediately get rid of all copyright, but we should do something close to that, certainly. Severely limit it down to 10 years. In 10 years, if somebody makes a Cuphead clone, nobody is going to complain that it's ripping off Cuphead. In the same way that people who make Super Mario Bros. Clones today aren't getting complaints that they're making Super Mario Bros. Clones. Right. Vaporize. For this. Let's see. Random mage spell. 4. Counter spell.
Job's done.
In return. There's no way I survive here. Moving on, Komatsu has an article here for the PC, PS4, Switch, and Xbox One. Stay Cool, Kobayashi-san, a River City Ransom story launches November 7th. Apparently, Atlas or somebody got the license to River City Ransom. Arc System Works, I guess, got the license, and they just allowed several games around the River City Ransom franchise, way more than should have been. This is the 3rd River City Ransom game to be released in what feels like a month, or at least announced. We don't need this many River City Ransom games at the same time. I don't know why you would release so many so fast, even. It's just not a good publishing move. And see, I only played 3 Battlecry cards there, so is there something Battlecry that we'd specifically be able to play? Because I'm trying to wrap up desperately here. TechRaptor has an article here. A gaming charity safe in our world starts today, commemorating World Mental Health Day. Was this October 10th? Safe in Our World's mission is to raise awareness, like all other charities that plan to do no actual thing. Raise awareness of mental health issues among gamers and creators. This is a bad narrative as a charity to start with in general, to say that there's more than average mental health problems amongst video gamers. Video gamers in general are just people, and almost certainly we are within 1 to 5% rounding errors with the general populace as far as mental health issues. If anything, I have, by modern standards, if you're not playing video games, you probably have, that's probably an indicator that you have mental health issues, because you're not doing this social activity that your peers are almost certainly doing, and that is true regardless of your age. Seriously?
Job done.
So, yeah. That sounds like a bad charity. I don't think we need it, and it doesn't seem like they have any stated goal to spend any money actually funding any mental health support or research or anything like that. So you're really just being left with a pointless charity that you probably shouldn't support. And frankly, I don't think you should support any new charity. Anyways, give it a couple years. Wait until they file their first annual report, and Charity Navigator has some of that information that it can tell you before. Destroy a minion. See if we can send them 2 of the same cost. Well, what you would want to do is have a 2-mana minion in hopes that you get some spell characters. Some more Sorcerer's Apprentices. But the odds on that are pretty low. Next, we have a game on Steam called Felix the Reaper, which seems like it's kind of a macabre puzzle game of some sort. I'm not exactly sure how it plays. This is from Daedalic, so it does look like it's probably going to be a little weird, like a lot of their games. See, it almost looks like it might be a ToeJam and Earl type game, but with some other elements.
I wonder.
Maybe it's just a platformer. Maybe there's a puzzler game. Maybe you can only walk on shadows. That might be the case. Yeah, it does seem like you can only walk on shadows.
I wonder.
I'm going to put this on the follow list. We'll see how well it's received. Alright.
Time runs out on me.
Attack here. Attack here. Attack here. And then in the turn. Now I can see the beginning of the end as far as games, so the cover, so still pretty far. They attacked the wrong one. That's whatever.
Arena's full. Beat it.
And attack there. Next, we have a game on Steam called Legends of the Keepers Prologue. This looks like this is a Darkest Dungeon style game. Doesn't look bad. It's already rated positively, so I'll put it on the fall list. It's free, so I'll take it off the fall list. Although it does have a supporters edition, English only, single player only, 5 achievements. This doesn't look bad, so check it out if you want to play something that's like Darkest Dungeon but free. At least the prologue is. I assume, being called prologue, there is actually a Legend of the Keepers game. This game before it was mixed, this game after that was mostly positive, mostly positive, mostly positive. So they do kind of have more mostly positives than this. I guess I'll put it on the fall list just in case Legends of the Keepers comes out and it is a big, important game. There we go. But that's a weird reason to keep it on the fall list, is because it might be a demo for a full product game that I might be interested in playing at some point in the future. That's a dumb reason to have it on the fall list. So clearly I made a mistake there. I'll have to address that eventually. Can we do this and this? I mean, we can only do this a couple times, so we're
Arena's full. Beat it.
that attack, do that, double. Like that, okay. Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called Walking Zombie 2, which is clearly just going to be a low effort asset flip zombie first person shooter game. It does seem like it has a little bit more polish and more content in it than normal, but this does feel like an iPad game more than a real game. It's free to play, English full audio allegedly. I'm sure it has in-app purchases, yes it does. So yeah, not a game making it to the follow list. Okay. We hit this. And then we destroy this and bring about 2 copies. And then we play this. And then we hit this. Remember, we're trying to play battle cry cards more than anything else. But I think, frankly, I'm just trying to wrap up here. Just wrap up the news. If we don't get the daily quest done, we don't get the daily quest done. I'm done with Hearthstone. There's no reason to have to push myself to waste time playing it. Right. So this.
The future is ours.
And then draw another card.
Behold the tools of creation.
Freeze a minion, do 2 damage to it. Okay. Let's see. Kill this.
Behold the tools of creation.
Right. Right, now
Time runs out on me.
here, here, that. In the turn. Gamma Sutra has the same article here. Hitman Dev IO Interactive partners with Warner Brothers on a new gaming experience. Gamma Sutra has the same article here. Steam will soon let players play local multiplayer games over the internet. Yeah, the odds of me even getting 2 more victories are really low. Alright, so let's just move on. Next we have a game on Steam called Crowns and Pawns Kingdom of Deceit. Now visually, this looks particularly interesting as kind of like an adventure game of some sort.
Jaina
Looks like it's a
Anduin.
modern graphics
The light shall bring
adventure, point-and-click
asked
adventure
for it.
game. So, I'm gonna add this to the fall list, although it's not out until 2020. So, it's funny that these are even showing up on what's on Steam. It's almost as if Steam particularly has changed its API, and that might exactly be the case. And so what's on Steam is not capable of getting the full feed of games coming out, or who knows. Here's Minecraft tweeting out.
Is someone injured?
Here's the honey blocks. So honey blocks slow you down, it seems, when you walk on them, and you seem to stick on them in general, so you can do this kind of parkour like shift walk while touching them. I assume you're holding shift. They also seem to stick to you and turn into ladders. So there's a lot of things the new honey blocks in Minecraft could do, potentially. Just go ahead and end our turn there. Let's see. Next we have a game called Explore Fushimi Inari, which this is probably a temple or a park in Japan, would be my guess. From the looks of it, it seems to me like all it is, though, is maybe a lot of copy and pasting of the same Japanese gates and a bunch of random placing of trees. And
What to do?
honestly, exploring a park or temple in Japan or anywhere in VR is not particularly interesting.
Time runs out on me.
I wonder how much of the design of Japanese gates actually has to do with the
Someday I'll be just like you.
I wonder how much of that would actually have to do with the fact that Japan being an island probably got a lot of tropical storms that knocked over trees a lot. So a gate might be a great place to stand in the middle of a storm if you don't have a house, or your house is built particularly poorly, as they would be in the past. So there might be some logic to that. Gates, I guess, also come from a concept of giving a direction and path that is moderately permanent in a forest that's always growing, so that people don't get lost. I'm sure a lot of it is also just artistic. Regardless, this game is free, but the VR is $4.99. And it's English only, which really feels like it should have some narration and explanation in Japanese and English. Doesn't feel like it should. This seems like it's a pretty low effort travel advertisement, for lack of a better term. And so I'm not finding that particularly appealing or interesting as far as a product. Not something worth actually spending your time on. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam here called Alaris, A-L-L-U-R-I-S, which is tagged as a roguelike Dungeons and Dragons game. So I'm not sure if this is just an intro animation or if the entire game is played in an environment that looks like this. It's just like a wisp flying around. Let's see what the game really looks like. Looks like it's kind of card based. It doesn't look terrible. Unless this is just one of these games where you swipe right and swipe left. Even if this is one of those Reigns games where you're swiping left and swiping right, that's visually looks very nice. I have to admit that. So this is rated positively. The demo is out. No, you can buy it. It's discounted to $8.49. It's single player only, full audio. Yeah, it looks like it's a Reigns clone.
What to do?
Be willing to look at something like that. It looks like it's got a lot going for it. So I'll put it on the follow list and think about it some more.
Unity, precision, perfection,
Someone's out on me.
primitive.
Let's go ahead and kill that. Job done. That was a mistake, but whatever. Just need to play things with battle cries. I have very few of that. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam here called Fallback, which looks like it's a action platforming game of some sort. Seems like it's a high-speed type game with a lot of jumping and platforming, and a collection of enemies you fight, or it's player versus player. Lasers to dodge and such. Looks like it's a real video game, so I'll put it on the follow list. $9.99, full audio English and a bunch of other languages, 7 achievements. Yeah, this looks like a real game.
What to do?
I don't know if I've seen this developer before, no. So, the one thing I guess we could say is, I may not be seeing a lot of games, but I am seeing at least a lot of games that are
Someday I'll be just like you.
oh, how do I phrase this? That are good. Yeah, that's what I mean to say. Like, if this is the new way Steam works, and Steam is actually curating the games that it allows on its storefront, and they've just not announced that they are actually doing that, more's the better. Like, that certainly would help the stream a lot if I just had more time to relax and could take my time and say, alright, we've got 5 games that came out in the past 2 days on Steam. All 5 of those games are going to range from a C tier, maybe D tier title to something something a little bit more demanding. But none of them are going to be so difficult or so crazy that it's impossible to figure out what's going on, or none of them are going to be low effort asset flips. It's a better way to say that, you know. Next game we have on Steam here is Karate Cat. Even this, I will say, quality wise, is better than what this could be. Clearly this is kind of a low effort game where it's cats. You're supposed to hit a button, so quick time events, do chop boards, and get combos. But even here, they spent more effort to make the game look good. This is 89 cents discounted English as a gag game, as a joke game for 89 cents. Not bad. Not bad. Are we actually seeing curation here? That's the question. Is Steam really curating its library? Next we have a game on Steam called Battleheart Legacy, which looks like it's probably an older game that maybe somebody has some nostalgia for. But I think I'd probably have a hard time playing it now. It also kind of feels like it might be a cell phone game. This is $4.99.
Jaina
It's a
versus
classic
Uther.
mobile RPG game
I will
on
fight
Steam.
with honor.
English.
You
Yeah.
asked for it.
I've never heard of this, and playing a mobile RPG game, if I was going to do that, I'd play like EverQuest or something that has more relevancy. This doesn't look bad. This looks like this would have been a good product in 2014 when it came out, but now, 2015, playing a mobile game on your phone, on your PC, doesn't make a lot of sense. So yeah, that's not making it to the fall list. Next we have a game on Steam called NVIDIA in Silva, which this looks like a low effort asset flip game, so still getting a few of them. What would be really crazy is if it turned out Valve and Steam had blocked just a small handful of Russian troll, Chinese troll game companies, and that was all it took to get 90% of all the garbage off of Steam. Because I imagine that is exactly the case, is that there is probably a incredibly small number of entities, people, corporations that are making these low effort troll games on Steam, and they're just flooding Steam under different identities and names and corporate names. Probably being funded by the governments of Russia and China to flood the marketplace and make it worse. Which, honestly, Steam has got a problem there. If they want to be competitive in China and Russia, it doesn't help them if their entire storefronts are full of garbage coming from China and Russia companies. Compared to other storefronts that might be more specifically tailored to the Chinese and Russian markets. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article for the Switch. Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town, Japanese TV spots and screenshots are available. So this is apparently a Switch Harvest Moon clone. Harvest Moon, another great example of nobody's going to be upset that you made a Harvest Moon clone. And nobody should be upset, at least. Okay. Hurry. Queen's Quest 4 Sacred Truce is now available for Xbox One. I assume Queen's Quest is... I guess it's not a spin-off of King's Quest? Because King's Quest would be a Sierra game. And from what I looked like, Queen's Quest was kind of a match 3 game. And so somebody's doing some name confusion there. That, I guess. Here. And then here. That's pretty much all we can do.
United for Dalaran.
Wanna blow something up?
Right. There we go. Spitting camels, dealing damage to my characters. Also, we have a Knight's Quest now available on Steam, and again, these don't feel like these are from the same company. In fact, it's pretty obvious they're from different developers, but they all are coming out at the same time on Xbox One. Gamatsu has an article here for the PS4. Gungrave Gore art team has added Isamu Kami Kokoro, Benet Ferrier. Let's see. Kamiko Kuro. Past works include working on Final Fantasy 10, 12, 13, and 15, so he is a big name. Robinette Ferrier is a new art director. His previous AAA projects were with Pixar, Disney, CD Projekt Red, Ubisoft, Square Enix, and more. So Gungrave Gore seems like it's getting more support than I thought it would have. Let's see. This plays that, and go ahead and kill one of these.
Earth are upon us.
And hit that, I guess. And then in the turn. After Party is now available for digital pre-order and pre-download on Xbox One. After Party, I believe, is a game where you have to outdrink the devil in hell to escape. See, and I know I'm running late today in particular, but I can't really blame it on the fact that I'm covering games coming out on the Xbox One. It's just not the reason. Freeze a minion if the minions are frozen, deal damage. So, freeze. Freeze. And I shouldn't have frozen, I should have attacked here and done damage. Next, we have a game on Steam here called Little Lily Tales, Lilitales. This looks like this is an adult game that's been patched. You can kind of see it here. That, like, clearly she's topless in this. So this is one of these adult dungeon crawler games. You can kind of tell, like, the cleavage is emphasized in these games. And so there almost certainly is an adult patch for this, and almost certainly there's no real reason to play these games. This is from Kagura Games, and let's see, there's no DLC to get the adult patch, so you probably will have to go somewhere else to find it, but I'm sure you'll find it. Full Japanese audio, that's something you would want. English and Chinese support.
I wonder.
And if I was to go and look at this publisher, Kagura Games, and see what else they've got available. Let's see. What? I just played a spell and it didn't play.
I don't have enough mana.
Alright, well, this... Well, this isn't an elemental, that's why it didn't play.
Job done.
Okay. So I did that wrong. Looking at Kagura Games, we have a collection of adult games that look like they've all been patched, or probably are been patched, to be censored and then sold on Steam, and then it's up to the end user to go find the uncensored patch. There's kinda nothing here. Trapped on Monster Island is mixed reviewed. This is mixed reviewed. This is very positive. This is mixed reviewed. These are the kind of games that I don't think I could cover legitimately on YouTube, so it would be kind of a pointless waste of time. And these are the kind of games that are, most of these are mixed reviewed games, by the way, and that's pretty much how it goes. These I'm usually not worth playing. Like, this is the slowest possible way to ingest porn or adult content for no good reason. The internet, unless you just cannot access the average internet that most people around the world can access. Like that's the only thing I could think of, is that you're just behind some really good firewall that you can't figure out a way around. But
Your presence offends me.
so yeah, I'm not gonna wishlist that game, of course.
Of course it's the right way.
Debris Infinity is now available for Xbox One. This is just an asteroid shooter game, $4.99. So I doubt I would recommend that to anybody. Lost Artifacts Time Machine is now available for Xbox
I have no
One.
time for
I
games.
don't think this is a game of interest either. See, for me personally, since I just play PC games, looking at games that are coming out on Xbox One really doesn't mean much to me. So, I'm still considering whether I need to bother with doing that.
Arena's full. Beat it.
Let's see. Gamatsu has an article. Kimco RPG Selection Volume 3 is coming to PS4 January 30th, 2020. This seems like it's a selection of old JRPGs. As Divine Menace, Sephirotic Stories, As Divine Dios, and Illusion of La Falica, being the 4 games, each of which have Steam links. And I guess I might do some research and click on these Steam links and see if they're actually games worth having on the fall list, but I won't bother to look at them right now because I'm trying to hurry up and finish.
Unity. Precision.
72 copies of the same cost.
Primitive.
Gamatsu has an article here. Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 has a opening movie now, if you're interested in that. I wouldn't be surprised if this opening movie, it's the exact same number of frames, has Mario and Sonic on the screen at the same time. Game & Sutra has an article here. Get a job. The Pokemon Company is hiring a senior software engineer. This is in Bellevue, Washington. I imagine if you're working at Bellevue, Washington, you're mostly localizing, but it's being a software engineer wouldn't be localizing, so I'm not sure what you'd really be programming, because you really wouldn't be doing the work. I would assume that the Pokemon Company in Japan would be doing, which is actually making the game. Interesting. We have like plenty of time, so let's do that. TubeBuddy is a plugin extension for Chrome that you can use with YouTube when you're uploading videos. They're working on a new feature for a word cloud based on comments. So the biggest word that is said is in the middle, and then generally the closest, most frequent words are around the circle are directly connected, and then as they get further in the number of words, the further around they go in circles. I think that's generally how you read a word cloud, although a lot of times word clouds just are more artistic things than things that would actually be useful. And this would only be really barely useful in that sense, because if you're getting thousands and thousands of comments, you're still going to have to probably read those comments.
Someday I'll be just
to know what is actually being said, instead of just making an assumption based on a word cloud. But it is an interesting feature, and TubeBuddy certainly adds more features than YouTube does, where YouTube is getting rid of features, if anything. Checkraptor has an article, Legend of Keepers received a 2-hour demo. Okay, that was the game we just kind of looked at, Legends of Keepers Prologue. So we had already dealt with that. Costs less for every other card in your hand. Which means I'm going to lose next turn. And I think we can wrap it up after this. Game of Sutra has a report. Sony Interactive Entertainment lays off dozens at UK and US. We had already talked about that. A lot of these are articles that we had already talked about. Yeah, and I'm just done. That's it playing for Hearthstone. Like, just forget it. I don't care about these daily quests. What's the point of caring about these daily quests when I'm not even going to play Hearthstone anymore? We've opened the packs. We've shown off as much as we can. We have a solo adventure up to Tombs of Terror in every account. We have a pretty good 3 accounts here if we ever needed to come back and play the game, but that's that. I'm done. So let's just cover these last 6 or 7 games and be done with the stream. We have a game here called Courts of Ashes, which looks like it's probably a story-rich political choose-your-own-adventure story game, kind of visual novel, Western style. So we'll put that on the follow list. It's $6.99 discounted, English only. It would be nice if it had full audio though. I kind of like the art style. I like that they're not just trying to ape an anime art style and trying to do something different. I have seen art styles that are similar to this, though they're a little weak in the shading side, but this looks alright. So, next we have a game called Dune Sea, which is probably just an asset flip, low effort game of a desert. Let's see, a side-scrolling platforming game where you fly like a bird. So is it Flappy Bird? There's a lot of screenshots of low polygon desert here. Every bird game I've ever played has not played well, though. Yeah, this looks like this is a just Flappy Bird equivalent. If you put possibly better, tighter controls around Flappy Bird, that's pretty much all this is. This would be interesting as a demo or a mini game inside of a bigger game, but it totally isn't worth $16.99 with no discount. So yeah, that's not making it to the follow list. Hello Neighbor pre-alpha is out on Steam if you want to check that out. It's free. The thing here though, is this the original pre-alpha version of Hello Neighbor? Because Hello Neighbor has come out as a full game. The new game is Secret Neighbor. But Hello Neighbor, Hide and Seek. So apparently, they're just putting out the older versions of Hello Neighbor if you want to play them. Which, that's a cool idea certainly, but there's a better way to do that, and you don't need that on the storefront. You could make those beta channels on the game in itself when you own Hello Neighbor, and just say play the beta that is a pre-alpha. You can label it as a beta channel, but actually it would be a earlier version. I don't think Valve would have any problem with that. Or you could just release those for free on the website and not have that as something that is on the storefront. of Steam. Although maybe there is a consistency reason why you would want it on Steam storefront, so you don't have to pay the hosting cost and such. But that is certainly weird. I've never seen that done with any other developers. Next we have a game on Steam called Runefall 2, which is a Candy Crush / Picross combination game. Doesn't look terrible. Let's see if we can find a Runefall 1 and see how well that was received. Positively. Okay. So Runefall 1 is on the wish list. So then there's kind of no reason not to have Runefall 2 on the fall list. This is $7.99 discounted, English full audio. I'd be alright playing one of these games every now and then, but I don't want to play a lot of them, certainly, since they're so repetitive. Next we have a game on Steam called Mountain Rescue Simulation, which this doesn't look visually attractive enough for what it seems to be trying to do. And yeah, playing as a mountain rescuer is not something I'd be familiar enough with that I'd want to do that. $19.99, bunch of languages support, 20 achievements, pretty lazy achievement icons. Yeah, this just doesn't really interest me enough. I would almost argue don't rescue people off the mountain, just leave them there. It's like you were warned, and thus we're not going to rescue you unless it's really, really not your fault. Next we have Gamma Sutra has an article, Google Stadia could sidestep latency issues by predicting button presses. I find that a little weird. Like, the idea that you would have a different instance of every game running a few frames ahead based on a potential button press or a combination of potential button presses, because it really would have to be a combination of button presses. Like that seems unbelievably unrealistic, that you might have as many as 100 different copies of the same game running ahead, assuming a button is going to be pressed, and then as soon as you get the signal that that button is pressed, you delete all the other instances of that game and then make a new branching instance of the current game in that next second, in that next frame. That doesn't seem doable even with the power of many Google servers. Even if you're running all the instances on just one server, it just doesn't seem realistic. Unless they've got some kind of programming way to do that, but I don't believe it. I think it's a pie in the sky concept that smacks in the face of my modern understanding of computers, or my current understanding of modern computers. Perhaps there's a better way to say that. Next, Gamma Sutra has an article, YouTube Post raises $1 million to gamify machine learning with the debut title Revio. This is a little bit inside baseball. So, yeah, this new game apparently is trying to gamify machine learning. We'll see how well that works. Probably not. That sounds like a bunch of buzzwords to get angel investors. Next we have a game called LAMO. The game, it's mostly negative. This seems to be a bunch of streamers just like playing a terrible game. It visually doesn't even look that bad. So the fact that it's mostly negative must mean this just plays terribly. This is early access, it's free to play with in-app purchases, third-party account, third-party EULA, English full audio. Visually this looks really polished. To be so negative is surprising. If I had more time, I'd scroll down here and read the negative reviews, but I bet the big thing here is that there's way less to do than what it seems like in these trailers too. So yeah, that's not going on the fall list. This game is tagged nudity, so let me just double check to make sure none of the screenshots are highlighting nudity. Alright, none are. Next we have Spirit Hunter NG, a Japanese horror murder mystery game, best as I can tell. Not from a recognizable name, but I definitely am intrigued, so I'm going to put it on the fall list. This, I assume, is Japanese. This might be Chinese. $39.99 discounted, English, full Japanese audio, so yeah, it is Japanese. Here's a long description of what can happen as far as mature content, which usually the descriptions are pretty simplistic. This looks interesting though. Definitely looks interesting. Is this publisher published anything else besides NG? Tokyo Xanadu, Gabachi, that's mixed. Spirit Hunter Deathmark. See, I bet this has been on my fall list. Oh, I should put that on the fall list too. So there's a whole Spirit Hunter series that exists. Creeping Terror, Aegis of Earth, Mind Zero. A lot of these are mixed though. So it does seem like they are very up and down on what they publish. This Axis Games, which I guess is a misspelling of Axis. The developer link just brings you back to the publishers in both cases. So yeah, that looks interesting. And that's probably censorable enough that it would be playable on YouTube. Unlike the adult loot games that it's not worth the time to try and censor them all. Next, we have a game here called Time Crunch, which looks like a Frustration Super Meat Boy platformer clone. It looks really terrible and low effort. It's $7.49 discounted, way too expensive. English, Japanese, and Chinese. Take your pick on who you think actually created the game. It's like an ASCII art too. So nope, no to that. We have like one more, and then the Humble Bundle store. And then here we have a game from Digipin, which is a student project, so I'll put it on the fall list because of that reason. But you can see this game perspective seems to be programmed around the concept of perspective a lot more than around the visual graphics that you usually see from a Digipin demo. I've been actually quite surprised on how visually attractive some of the Digipin demos have been, considering their student projects. But yeah, that I don't even remember which way I was putting free-to-play games. Was I putting them on the wish list that were student demos? I think I was. Yeah, third-party EULA too, for no reason. Is there anything else to really say about perspective though? No. Check it out as a student demo. Don't check it out as a game you actually really want to play. And then that brings me to the Humble Bundle store, and looking at the Humble Bundle store, there's nothing new to say. And then 22 minutes ago, starting at 10 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, our help portal will be unavailable for maintenance. That's something you probably don't ever want to actually have happen. And I'm just going to scroll down my Twitter feed to make sure we're nice and caught up for Monday when we stream Magic the Gathering. And yeah, it seems like we are caught up. So that's going to be it for Hearthstone. That's it. This is the last episode of Hearthstone. I can't care enough to do these daily quests. The daily quests are just going to stack up anyways. It's been 5 years. It's been mostly good 5 years. I would say at least 3.5 of the 5 years I was having a pretty good fun time with it. But these last 1.5 years in Hearthstone has been boring and the game has just gone in directions I kind of hoped it hadn't, and it's not evolved enough. So, as always, I end this episode the same way. This, I guess, also would be a good point to go find the Hearthstone playlist and just watch all the episodes again from starting with episode 1. I believe Hearthstone was either the second or third game I started on my account, on my YouTube channel. So I've been playing this nearly as long as my Hearthstone channel has been as my YouTube channel has been going. So it's time for a change, anyways. As always, though, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos because that helps me with YouTube and tells them that my videos are worth watching. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon. That would be very much appreciated. Or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wish list because that would be helpful. Or you could gift me a gift card, or just gift me a game you'd like to see me cover. Any of those are perfectly acceptable. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking around if you made it somewhere from the beginning all the way to the end of the Hearthstone series. This is where it ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper. Maybe a bit of a bang with all the controversy going around it, but for me, mostly, it's just with a whimper. It's just like, yeah, we're done with this. We've put in our time. I'm never going to get all the cards, not without paying money. I'm never going to make it to rank legendary, not without spending way more time than I want to. So, yeah, it's time to give up the ghost, time to move on, time to grow in our perspective in our library of collectible card games we play. And time to play Magic the Gathering, at least until Ben Brode's / Second Dinner's new Marvel-based card game comes out. And then when that comes out, I think I probably will just jump ship and play that instead of Magic the Gathering. But we'll have to see. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.